Right. Good evening, everybody. This is the Port Orange Neighborhood Council meeting, March 10th, Wednesday, 2021. I just would like to read off a few reminders to you. This meeting is open to the public via the web or over the phone. Board members only will appear on the screen, while all public attendees will be on audio only. Everyone is normally muted except when given the floor, so please do not unmute yourself until I unmute you. All members of the public may provide comment to the board on each agenda item and during general public comment. And when an item is up, the board president will ask for public comment on that item. Use the computer controls or phone controls to raise your hand, which will let the board president know that you wish to make comment. How to raise your hand: if you're using a computer or a tablet, look for the raised icon in the Zoom that looks like this and click on it, and I will proceed to bring you in. As for raising your hand on the phone, it is *9. And once again, I will release your mute and you would be able to speak. Once again, this is being recorded. And do we have any procedural questions before we start? I see Becky has a hand up, so let me see what her question is. Go ahead, Becky.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, yes, good evening, Becky.
Could you let me screen share? It says the host is not allowing me to share the screen.
Oh, Assad, can you look at that? Because everybody has a screen share. Everybody can see the screen.
I can't.
Okay. Assad, can you unmute yourself?
Yeah, I mean, it's local to her.
The video? It's not screen share. You mean the video, right?
She needs to click video on
The
her.
video's off. That's the problem.
Click your camera on.
The camera in the corner.
Start video on the bottom.
Okay, let me look. Please ask the host to give you permission to record.
Say yes.
Just
Start
say
my
yes.
video. It doesn't give me yes or no. It just says start.
You're off. You should be on now.
Stop screen sharing. Do you want to continue? Yes or no?
Well,
Share.
you wouldn't be screen sharing. You just need your video open.
Becky, why don't you log off and log on? Maybe that will resolve the issue. Please. Thank you.
Okay.
Well, let me give her a second to come back on, please.
Sounds good.
Hello, Hassan.
Hello, David.
Good evening, Hassan. We're getting Becky on. 1 second, please. I see her. Becky?
It's not letting me in. And it's not letting me out.
Interesting. I'm lost in this. Everybody else is on. I don't understand it. Do we have another computer? Maybe your tablet?
No, I just have one computer.
Okay. All right, we have to move forward, but we
right
see you here.
We see a blank screen, so it must be something wrong with the camera, David. Oh, here you go.
Oh, there you are.
Now we see you.
We see you loud and clear. There you go.
Good.
Perfect. All right, let's proceed. Thank you. Let's move on. I've asked Lori to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. So Lori, would you please lead us? What? No. Who's taking the screen up? What the heck?
This is Becky's screen. It's now you. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Lori.
You're unmuted. You are muted.
Becky, Lori, you have to unmute yourself, please. Start again.
Lori, unmute yourself.
Am I good?
Yes, please start.
Ready. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm trying to understand, does somebody have my screen? Assad?
Not me. Click share screen.
I don't.
Click. Here, let me try.
No, I got it. Hold on a second, but it's,
Click share screen and you'll be okay.
yeah, but I don't know where everything went. Somebody else had overran.
There you go.
it.
We
All right,
see it.
very good.
Now we have you.
Geez. Okay, let's move on. All right, at this time, I'd like to call upon elected officials. Since Jason was here first from Supervisor Barger's office, I'd like to allow Jason to be unmuted.
Didn't do roll call, did we?
Oh, thanks. Roll call, Lori.
I got you.
Ready? Brandy Grace,
Here.
Becky Levesque,
Here,
Hassan Mamarian,
Here.
Moran Kalajin,
Here,
Jason Hector,
Here.
David Lasher. Looks like he's absent. Assad Al-Najjar,
Present.
myself here, David Balin,
He's here.
and
And-
Gabriel Canlian.
I'm here.
I know.
Colin Cruz here. So good evening, Colin. Thank you for joining us. We'll bring you right in. At this time, we had asked Jason to go ahead and speak, and then
Go ahead, Jason.
Okay, great. Can everyone hear me?
loud and clear.
All right, excellent. Thank you all for having me. I know Jared usually attends these meetings, so I'm pinch hitting. As I told you all before, it's his birthday, so we decided to give him the night off. So I'll be giving the report from the supervisor's office tonight. First, I'd like to thank you all for distributing our flyer on the food distribution event this Friday at Shepherd Church. It's going to be a great event for the community. We're going to be giving out a week's worth of food to anyone kind of in the local community here who needs assistance with that. So it'll be a great thing. The county's been really investing in making sure that people don't have, that we're trying to address the food needs of our residents across the county. We're doing this just kind of as a point of reference. We're doing this 4 to 5 days a week across the county just to make sure that anyone who needs food can get it. So we're here in Porter Ranch on Friday, so that'll be a great event. Next, just want to quickly talk about COVID, obviously everyone's favorite subject right now. Our test positivity rate and hospitalization rate and testing rates have all really been the lowest since November, which is great news. That really is just showing that there's less community transmission out there. So it's, from a numbers perspective, we're looking really good. We're not seeing an increase. Numbers are going down daily for us. And with that, we're going to see some more reopenings. We just recently had youth and adult recreational sports leagues open. We appear to be moving into the red tier very soon. It's difficult to tell just because it's kind of a moving target with the state right now about when we would actually move in, but I would expect something to happen within the next week or two. So the red tier, I think some of the highlights from that are we're going to see indoor, gyms coming back, yoga studios, fitness centers, and some limited indoor dining. Additionally, we'll just see kind of the relaxing of some of the, limitations on capacity. That's going to be kind of extended to things that are currently open right now. So, it's great that our numbers are keeping up, and hopefully we'll continue this reopening process and get everything open as soon as possible. Next, kind of COVID related update is on the vaccines. I'm sure a number of you all know that we're in tier 1B. So that's workers in food and agriculture, education and childcare, and emergency services and first responders. We're going to be opening up into people with underlying health conditions supposedly on Monday. I couldn't tell you what those underlying conditions are. I haven't seen a specific set of them yet. But that's, if you fit into that category, I'd encourage you to go to Vaccinate LA County. I think it's .com, and they should have all the information there and how you can set up an appointment. So that's great. One of the things with the vaccines the county has seen is that there's some unevenness in certain communities. The county's been deploying mobile teams to try to address some of those inequities. I think that in general, the county's really doing a good job of trying to address those on the state metrics of making sure that we're getting to those hard hit communities. LA County is, either we're in the top percentile in terms of pushing vaccines out to those communities. So we're very aware of that, and we're trying to make sure that we address those inequities across the board. At yesterday's board meeting, the supervisor and pretty much every supervisor raised a lot of concerns about Blue Shield taking over the administration of vaccines for LA County. We've built out a pretty good system at this point across the county. We have over 500 vaccination sites. So, we have community sites to, the large mass vaccination sites, for instance, the one over at Cal State Northridge. So we don't want to lose that momentum and kind of go through growing pains of trying to set up a system. So the board is, really asking the state to take a close look on that and kind of let us continue on the path that we're going right now. And the vaccines are really starting to ramp up right now. Just to kind of give you an idea on what we're looking at, at the end of February, we had around 2 million doses. So that's from December to, February 28th. This month in March, we're projecting to get 2 million doses alone. So that's a big step up from where we've been. And obviously it's going to start compounding from there. We'll just kind of keep getting more and more. Johnson & Johnson's really going to be a big game changer for us. It's a one-shot vaccine. We won't have to go back. You won't have to have people come back for a second vaccination. So we're really looking forward to that and just really getting more people vaccinated, across the county to really blunt any sort of community transmission that we're seeing. So I may have messed up that website. It's vaccinatelacounty.com. I apologize about that. Couple updates from the board. At a meeting in February, the supervisor sponsored a motion which was passed by the board to look at protecting victims' rights and strengthening victim services. So what this motion is going to do is increase the number of advocates available to victims and explore ways to enhance our trauma multidisciplinary teams. So we worked on this with DA Gascon and law enforcement to really make sure we're bringing on all the important stakeholders in the discussion. And, again, we want to make sure that we're taking care of, the most vulnerable in our communities, especially in regards to any sort of, crime and things of that nature. So, and then secondly, the supervisor co-authored a motion with Supervisor Solis to look at identifying commercial real estate property that may be vacant during the pandemic and seeing if we can repurpose that for either short-term or long-term temporary housing for homeless individuals. So, again, we still have that crisis that we're looking at dealing with. So we're trying to make some inroads there. And that is what I have for you today. So thank you for having me. If you have any questions, please let me know.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Jason. We got a
you,
full house
Jason.
tonight. Thank you so much. I'm going to go ahead and ask Colin Crew to unmute himself, and good evening.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Colin Cruz, District Director for Councilmember John Lee. Just got a couple of updates for you. As you know, we've been having a small business angel fund relief program going for several months. That is continuing. So if you know any small businesses that are struggling due to the pandemic, I hope that you will reach out to our office and we'll see if we can get them some assistance. Also, we're very, very happy to announce the reopening of the West Valley Animal Shelter. It'll be reopening on Monday, the 15th. We worked very, very hard with the department to ensure that the shelter was reopened as a municipal shelter. And we appreciate all the support from the community concerning the shelter. And frankly, we just couldn't be more delighted that we were able to get that accomplished. Lastly, we are happy to announce that the turn signal on Porter Ranch Drive has been installed. That was a long process. It started a while ago, and we're very pleased that we were able to get that across the finish line. We know how important that has been to the community.
Perfect. Thank you.
That's for you guys.
Thank you. I see Brandy has her hand up, so let me just see if she has a question for you.
Absolutely.
Brandy, go ahead and speak.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that between the hard-fought reopening of the animal shelter and the successful installation of the Porter Ranch Drive traffic light, we've seen some very fruitful collaborations between this neighborhood council and the CD12 office. I think this is just a wonderful demonstration of the important role NCs play in our city. And I really just wanted to say thank you to Councilman Lee and the rest of your office for your part and hard work in getting these things past the finish line and doing what you've done. So thank you. And I hope that our relationships will continue to bear more fruit for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you. I don't think we have any more. Well, we have a couple more questions. Let's keep it on the attendees. Sherry, go ahead. Do you have a question?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Sherry.
Hi, Sherry Darrell Honey, thank you so much. I appreciate Councilman John Lee's newsletter each week. Every time I read it, I learn something new, and I had the opportunity to utilize some of his notices in the last newsletter. So please tell Councilman John Lee that I really appreciate it as a stakeholder of CD12. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And once again,
David?
for everybody at this meeting, we're asking questions to the elected officials or the representatives. So let's keep it to questions at this time.
David, a quick comment.
Yes, go ahead.
Also, I would like to recognize and thank the retired traffic engineer, Ken Feruzman, for his efforts to get that intersection.
Assad,
Yes.
we're asking, let's stay focused.
No, I
We're
mean,
asking
because
questions.
okay.
No, I get it. And I'm trying to keep everybody in line to
Okay.
stay where we're focusing. I'm asking questions to the elected officials or the representatives at this time. Thank you. Jason, do you have a question? Your hand is up, Jason. You're muted. You don't have a question? Okay. Craig Galante, do you have a question for Colin Crew? Lower your hand, please.
Actually, my question is for Jason at Barker's office. Very quick. Any updates on the chemical list? And also, Jason, could you please advise if Supervisor Barger will meet again with the CAG? We've requested it and sent some reminders. Thank you.
Okay, I would have appreciated if you would have asked him when he was on. Let's keep focused on Colin Crew, please. Thank you.
Did Jason leave the call?
I believe he did.
Oh, I didn't hear you ask
Maureen?
for questions. I didn't hear you ask for questions while Jason was on. Okay.
Thank you. Maureen?
Can you hear me, David?
I can.
Okay, I would raise my hand. This is not allowing me even into anything. I can't raise my hand. I can't screen share. I can't do anything. And it's saying that the host has kicked me out. So
No one, the host hasn't kicked you out, but
well,
what we did
I
do.
just sent you a copy of my screen. So
Okay.
that's what
So
it's saying.
Becky, for this evening, if you would just put your hand up, we have other board members.
I
We'll see your
can't.
hand up. And
It's not
No.
allowing me to, David. So I'll just leave the meeting.
no, if you raise your hand, Becky,
It
we'll
won't
see
let
you.
me raise my hand. It won't let me do anything.
If you physically raise your hand, we can see you, Becky. You're on video.
Well, thank you. Okay, I'll do
We're
that.
trying to work with you. If you just raise, then we'll see you.
Can you see me?
I can see you.
Oh, because I can't see anybody else. Okay.
Did you have a question for Colin?
No, but you pronounce his name Cruz. Just I like to pronounce it properly. It's Colin Cruz.
I was calling him by his first name. Thank you, Becky. Oh, yes. Maureen, please go ahead. Do you have a question for Colin Crew?
Well, my question is for our Mr. Lee. Where's our help in shutting down Alisso Canyon? That's all. He's been unhelpful.
Colin, would you like to respond?
Yeah, we received your the letter, and our legislative team is going over the logistics of that. Obviously, you know, we're somewhat limited as a municipality in that, but I mean, you know, that is, you know, the council member lives in Porter Ranch. The council member was, you know, spent Christmas in Holiday Inn during the blowout. So that is something that is obviously a priority for us, and we have indicated so.
Thank you. We have one last one. John, please unmute yourself.
Thank you. Colin, quick question. What is Mr. Lee's position on Senate Bill 9 and 10? Thank you.
Can you, I'm sorry, can you refresh me on Senate Bill 9 and 10?
That's for density housing.
That's for density housing.
State Senate.
State Senate Bill 9 and State Senate Bill 10.
Oh, where you can put up, you know, multi-story buildings and, you know, more residential areas, that sort of thing.
That's one of it. Yes, correct.
Yeah, I mean, we're not, you know, those, we're not in favor of the state legislature necessarily overriding local municipalities and you know, density issues like that. I mean, you know, you have a neighborhood and you know, people bought into a neighborhood based on what it is, and you know, the idea that a developer can come in and put up a 7-story building, you know, behind your house is obviously not something we would want or approve of.
Okay, we have one last one, and this will be the last one as we need to move on because we have other people waiting. Miran, do you have a question for Colin?
Yes, one question. Colin, when is the lunch pre-books will come back? That was to the community.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? I'm having a real hard time hearing you.
There was a lunch distribution every week.
The meal delivery for seniors?
Yeah, the meal delivery, correct.
Yes, sir. That is every Thursday. That's based out of the Wilkinson Center in Northridge. And we will be there. I will be there tomorrow to deliver meals to seniors. If you're interested in volunteering, please shoot me an email or email the council member or Ron Rubine. You know, the more the merrier.
On that note, I think we've done that. Colin, thank you so much for attending this evening. We greatly appreciate your input for CD12, and we look forward to you coming back. Thank you so much.
Thank you, David.
Colin. Thank you.
And on that note, we have, let's see, before we bring in Vahe, where is, do we have a?
You have Scott Abrams for
Scott.
chairman.
I know, but before Scott, we have
You have
Mike Garcia's
Javier
office.
for
Charles.
Charles.
Charles, please unmute yourself. Give us an update for Mike Garcia, please.
All right, thank you guys. I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to address you all. Quickly, a lot of votes been going on in DC, but we've also been doing a lot of things out here. Recently, we just wrapped up last week an educational learning experience for high school students and elementary students on Ingenuity. As you may be aware or may not be aware, the chief engineer of Ingenuity, the helicopter that's going to be flying on Mars, he actually resides in Valencia. So we were able to get him on board and do a little presentation for all the schools through the district that wish to participate, which was a great turnout. We had about 300 plus students sign in to our Zoom for that. I'm sorry, you know what, real quick too, let me go back to the Barger stuff from Jason. He failed to mention also a little humble, but as he said, it looks like LA County is going to be going back to the red tier. Initially, Dr. Farrar was looking at actually keeping the restrictions going for another 6 weeks, but because of the additional pressure and the request on behalf of Barger during her supervisor's meeting, Dr. Farrar is looking like she's actually not going to be extending the lockdown for an additional 6 weeks. So the congressman just met with the supervisor today, so she advised us of that. So I just wanted to make sure she's recognized for her efforts. The congressman's going to be having 3 upcoming town halls at the end of the month. So by all means, feel free to reach out to our office if anyone in particular is looking to try and get in on these calls. Our phone number, and I'll say it slowly, our phone number is 661-568-4855. We do have an automatic list generated within our internal systems of just all the constituents throughout the district that automatically get called out whenever we use our third-party providers that host these town halls for us. So just to make you guys aware, the congressman's going to be doing that. We are going to be breaking it up into 3 different sections to allow more folks from the different regions of our district to participate. So we're going to be doing an Antelope Valley area one, Santa Clarita, and then we're going to do Porter Ranch and Simi Valley together. We haven't yet put out what day each one's going to be. And by all means, when I do get that information, I'll be more than happy to share that with the board so you all are aware. One thing that has come to our attention for business owners out there in regards to the PPP loans, a lot of businesses have been coming up short when applying, and there's been some sort of an issue going on with the bank underwriters. This has not been happening just in our district, but throughout the state and through other congressional offices in the nation. And so we have some questions that are being sent out there towards Wells Fargo and B of A. So if any businesses or business owners that have been trying to apply for the second round of PPP loans, and you have been coming across issues, again, reach out to our office and make us aware so we can keep on fighting and doing what we can to leverage our office's support in regards to you guys getting the help you need. The congressman also he sent a letter over today to the Appropriations Committee chairwoman, a request to hold a hearing on the illegal border crossings. So they've requested a full committee hearing, not just a subcommittee. In addition to the committee assignments, we finally received our last committee assignment. So under the Science, Space, and Technology Committee, the congressman is now sitting on the subcommittee of energy. So we are going to be overlooking DOE as their portfolio. So any research, any policies, issues, or any other matters related to that, sorry about that, he's going to be overseeing it, excuse me. So that's one more thing now that we're going to be putting on our plate and doing what we can. Last thing with the PSPS, in case we have an ask out to Edison now. They've been doing a lot of wire hardening. If no one has heard about this, wire hardening. And then also it has now caused a reduction in the impact that these PSPSs are going to be having. So for example, in the Simi Valley, the impact area has been reduced by about 60% because of this. The same thing is going on in the Acton Aqua Dulce area. And so we've asked them for an updated or revised map to demonstrate or to show what areas within their responsibility to show the decrease of impact. So once we get that, again, we'll be more than happy to share that with the board and disseminate that accordingly as well. So that way you all may be able to share it on your slides during your next meeting. And I'll leave it at that, and I'm here for questions. So
Charles, I have one question for you from an attendee. Sherry, please unmute yourself for a question.
Yes, can you hear me okay?
I can hear
Yes,
you. Yeah.
go ahead, Sherry.
Okay. Yes, I'm Sherry Darrell Honey, and I'm a stakeholder. Now that Congressman Garcia is on the Energy Committee, would you please let him know that the stakeholders in Porter Ranch are very interested in getting Alisso Canyon shut down, and what steps will he take to make that happen? Thank you.
Yeah, I'll look into understand better with our team, our legislative director, to better understand what role and jurisdiction we have over the Alisso Canyon. And by all means, we'd be more than happy to report that back to you all again. So
thank you.
Yes, of course.
Thank you. Charles, one last, I have Brandy, board member Brandy. Unmute yourself, please.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Hey,
Loud and
Brandy.
clear.
Hi, Charles. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Navarro.
You're fine. We're all friends here.
Good. Yeah, I'm curious about the congressman's position on something, if you know it. A couple of bills have been pushed through. HR 1446, enhanced background checks. It's a bipartisan bill about curbing gun violence, and in particular closing what's known as the gun show loophole. And especially considering that in California, gun deaths and injuries go up by 69% when a neighboring state has a gun show. I'm curious what the congressman's position has been on this.
He did not vote in support of that bill. To give you the talkers specifically on that, hold on one second. Oh, wrong one. Hold on. Do you just want to know how he voted on it, or?
I wanted his position.
So he wasn't in support of it. Hold on one second.
If it's difficult, I can email you and you can send it to me directly, but if you have it at
sorry.
hand.
Say the last part. You're
Sorry, I said if it's going to take a while, you can email it to me, but if you have it on hand.
Okay. So what it was bill will allow additional time for background checks, allowing gun sales to proceed. The legislation does away with provision in existing laws. It's a summary of it. If you want, what I have here is a summary of the bill. If you want something specifically with regards to his personal stance in regards to why he's voted no for it, I can most certainly get that to you. That's what. Sorry, not to reiterate what a summary of the bill is. I'm sure everyone already knows what the bill is. So.
Okay. Well, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Charles. I think that's it. We always appreciate your updates.
Of course. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. So we have, where is he? Scott from Mr. Brad Sherman's office. Please unmute yourself. Scott?
There we go.
There you go,
Folks hear me?
Scott. Welcome.
Great.
Thank you for attending this evening.
Oh, thank you for having me. Again, I'm Scott Abrams, District Director for Congressman Brad Sherman. I'll continue in the line of my colleague there, sharing jurisdiction over Porter Ranch, different parts, of course. Congressman Sherman himself is having a town hall meeting. So if you don't get enough of our report today, we encourage you to call in on March 25th at 7 p.m. He's having a telephone town hall district-wide. And you can get information on that town hall at our website, sherman.house.gov. It's been a busy start to this year, and so there's going to be a lot to talk about there. Like my colleague, we've been getting a lot of questions about PPP, and we've been helping small businesses with the second draw and other businesses who are trying to get those first loans forgiven. So if we can be helpful with the SBA, with the IRS as tax season comes up, with stimulus payments, and those are related to the IRS, of course, and that if you haven't gotten a stimulus payment, the fastest recourse might be to actually file your 2020 taxes. And of course, these issues might come up all over again as new legislation's passed, new stimulus payments will be going out, and there's going to be a host of other benefits that people are going to want to learn about. So I encourage you to contact our office at 818-501-9200. By way of quick background, Congressman Sherman is on the Foreign Affairs Committee, and today he questioned our new Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, on a host of issues, including Armenia, Iran, and several other matters. And he's also on the Financial Services Committee, where he has been involved with recent hearings on GameStop and other market manipulations. He's also on the Science Committee as well. So it's, like I said, it's a busy start to the year. We've been getting a lot of calls for assistance with constituent issues, and I just want to make sure everyone knows that our office is available and ready to assist with any of those.
We have a few questions for you, Scott, so thank
Absolutely.
you. I'm going to unmute Becky, please. You have a question for Scott Abrams? Becky?
Where'd Becky go?
She was just here. Well, she'll pop back in. Go ahead, Andrew Crown. Unmute yourself.
All right, can you guys hear me okay?
Do you have a question for Scott Abrams?
I do. Scott, thanks for being at the meeting. Nice to talk to you again. I have a day job question. It's the accounting tax question, and that is, I know there are rumors that there are some representatives across the country who are pushing the IRS for an extended filing deadline. As a tax professional dealing with specifically the unemployment non-taxability, which is just coming out as part of recent legislation, I would like to urge the congressman to work with other members in the House to push the IRS for a delayed filing date. The recent legislation is adding an immense amount of work in our profession and burden on the millions of taxpayers who have already filed, who now are looking at having to amend. I don't need a response per se, but I wanted to push that along. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Brandy Grace, lower your hand, please, and ask your question.
Okay. Hello, Scott. So a lot of restaurant owners, and especially the small restaurant owners, have been talking about really unethical business practices from some of these food delivery services. And the state of California, as you are probably aware, has curbed some of the more egregious things. But is there any chance that we could get something on the federal level to stop them doing things like putting fake websites up to steal customers from these businesses, or holding hostage their data, and lots of other things that California is currently working to curb on the state level?
Yeah, I'll pass that along to Congressman Sherman. Obviously, the creation of fake websites might raise issues with the FTC and other agencies that regulate business practices in that way, and the manipulation of information. But you're raising a very important question, and one that's targeted. And so let me look into that, Brandy, and I'll try to get you an answer.
Okay, thanks, Scott.
Thanks.
Liran, please unmute yourself.
Scott, good evening. Thank you for attending our meeting.
Liran, you have to either get closer or turn your volume up, please.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Okay, excellent. I want to thank you for attending our meeting. I also would like to thank you what you have mentioned about Armenia, and always our congressman wants to strengthen the relationship with Armenia and United States. Are there any opportunity maybe to have an Armenian advisory group in our community?
Armenian advisory crew. So I'll say that the congressman welcomes input, and he goes to the various organizations that represent Armenian Americans, as you know, and meets with them often. He has not created separate entities by which to advise him on foreign policy, but we reach out to leaders in the community like yourself. And I encourage you, Ron, you have my information. Reach out to me. Let me know if you have insight into these issues that you want to share, and those will get shared with the congressman. So in the absence of a specific committee of community leaders on this issue, we reach out through the organizations that address those issues, through houses of worship as well, and other ways that we can directly talk to the community. But I welcome your direct input as well. And as I mentioned today, he brought up the issue of Armenian POWs with Secretary Blinken, and he's been very focused on these issues.
Thank you.
Thank you. Scott, before I let you go, I have one last question. Let me just see if Becky's there. Becky, did you have a question? And I see Cleveland Little has his hand up. So Cleveland, unmute yourself and ask your question, please.
No, I'm sorry. Thanks, David. I kind of hit that by accident. No questions here.
Good to see you here this evening. Thank you for attending.
Okay,
All
thank
right.
you.
Scott, I think we've gotten, well.
Thank
no,
you all for
Cleveland.
your service. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Have a great night. Appreciate it, Scott. Bye-bye. Vahid, would you unmute yourself?
And you have also Javier Reyes from Suzette Valderas' office. Thank you.
Thank you. Vahid?
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you loud and clear. Good evening.
Perfect.
Thank you for attending.
Thank you for having me. For those who I have not had a chance to meet yet over the years, my name is Vahid Khorsand, a West Valley area rep for the mayor. I started December 21st. I grew up in Porter Ranch in my early years before we moved across the creek to the other side of Porter Ranch to Granada Hills for my teenage years. Very familiar with the area. Have been involved with other groups and organizations in CD12 the last 14 years. Excited to be here tonight and start building a relationship with your neighborhood council, which I consider my home neighborhood council. A lot of topics were already covered, so I will just share a few. I do want to touch on something Brandy said and Colin said, which is collaboration. Not to steal any thunder on CD12, who did a lot of the heavy lifting on reopening the West Valley Animal Shelter. In my first month, I think we had a group meeting with CD12. They let me know what was going on. And then some other community members from the South Valley had also reached out to me. I made sure to bring this to the attention of the general manager of the Animal Services Department and individuals in the mayor's office to kind of get back on the same page and collaborate with Councilmember Lee in reopening the office. So collaboration is always great. If there's any issues you see, whether you're speaking to Councilmember Lee's office or not, feel free to reach out to me. I'm happy to do what I can on my end to also get the appropriate responses or the responses you would be most happy with. I do have a few updates. I think Jason was asked about what is happening March 15th. I actually had an update. I do send out a weekly email on Mondays. If you don't get it, I think David can forward your information to me and I can send it to you. Give me 1 second. I will pull it up. On Monday, according to the California Department of Public Health, it will be the pool will open to individuals between the ages of 16 and 64. The highest risk for morbidity and mortality. It covers illnesses like cancer, chronic kidney disease, chronic pulmonary disease, Down syndrome, pregnancy, sickle cell disease, heart conditions, severe obesity, and type 2 diabetes. Also this afternoon, the mayor announced that along with the county, the city will begin in 24 hours making updates to the appointment system for the city to include custodial workers, janitorial workers, and public transit workers. So that should also begin on March 15th. He also announced that the city at the close of today has administered 545,415 vaccines. But most importantly, I wanted to share an update with you An additional background about me, I was on the Citywide Planning Commission from 2017 until December 2021, when I resigned to take this position, and vice president the last 2 of those 3 years. So very familiar with the planning department and events they have going on. And on March 18th at 12 p.m., the Department of City Planning has a Supporting Economic Recovery Through Planning webinar. So this is about the city planning department opening up a series to explain and work with the community, especially the business community, on how to use existing resources, community plans, zoning codes to enhance economic activity in certain areas. So if you're interested in something like that, I would encourage you to participate. Again, if you just email me or email David, and I can get that link to you. I don't see a chat box. Those are my updates. I know you have a long presentation so far from other electeds, and
We've got a couple more elected. So Jason, do you have a quick question for Vahid?
Yeah, hi Vahid. We've been working with City Plants, and we got a quote regarding planting trees for almost $2,359 for one tree. And I just wanted to ask if your office is looking, the watering is the main expense, and we've been trying to work on this, and I know the mayor supports this, but $2,300 just to plant one tree, the neighborhood councils can do a lot, but that's, so high of an amount. So I was just hoping that, or wondering if there's anything the mayor's office can do to help with watering these trees. That's my question.
I would ask you if you could email me the information so I can look into it a little bit more, like the trees, locations, what exactly it is, so I can get a better answer for you.
Fair enough. Appreciate you coming. Thank you.
Thank you, Vahid. One last question from Brandy. Please unmute yourself.
Yeah, Vahid, would you mind if, when you're done speaking, if you could, in our Q&A box, write your email for people to send to you?
I can send it out to the board if you'd like.
Well, I want it to be, I don't know if that's accessible to the public, because I think people can see that, and then it'll be public.
Perfect.
But yeah, and then oh, there you go. And then I also wanted to say thank you to you as well for your work on the animal shelter.
Thank you again. I don't want to steal the thunder from Councilmember John Lee, but that was a great suggestion on the Q&A portal. Thank you, Brandy.
Right.
And David, we have Assemblywoman Suzette Valderas online.
Very good. Let's let her in, please. Assad, you got that? Good evening.
Hi, everyone. Oh, let me fix
Hey, good evening. There you are. Thank you for attending. We get a video, even better.
Yeah, it's so great to see you guys. I was just, popping in. My staff really tries to keep me in the loop to when these meetings are happening. So I saw it on my calendar, and I figured I would stop in to tell you guys that I am working hard in Sacramento on the budget and on various policy pieces of policy, but really focus on economic recovery. We just passed some significant funding for small businesses, over $2 billion in small grants that will be accessible to our small businesses. So if you have a small business in our community, please reach out to our office and we'll help you get looped in so we can get an application in. And we also voted for funding to get our kids back in school. It's one of the biggest things that I hear from in my office on a daily basis is the struggles that distance learning has created for families, for working class families who are seeing their kids regress or seeing their kids fall into depression, anxiety, and really hate learning. And we cannot start our kids off with a foundation of hating education and hating school. So it's a high priority for me, getting our kids back into the classroom, as well as focusing on economic recovery for our community and small businesses. So I just wanted to pop in and say hello. I don't know if you guys have any questions for me or if you wanted me to share anything else.
We do. We have one question from Assad. Unmute yourself, please.
Yes. Hello, Mrs. Valderas. Welcome to have you. It's really more of really a follow-up with the question of we need to discuss with you along the line the Alisso Canyon blowout issue and the closure and all that. And thank you for meeting with us with the safety committee. And you know, this is the #1 for us for many, many years. And we're looking forward to your support. And I believe also the community is looking forward to your support. So all it is, I need your attention focused on this issue, please. Thank you.
Absolutely. So if we don't, I was my understanding that my staff was working on getting a meeting with the overall working group. If that hasn't happened, please let me know, because I was under the impression that that was on the books. Yes, it's an issue that I know is deeply important to the community of Porter Ranch and Granada Hills, and it's something that a lot of our families still have at the top of their priority, making sure that we're taking care of this so they don't have health concerns and additional concerns moving forward. Thank you, Assad, for bringing that up.
Thank you. Thank you.
We have a couple more questions for you before I let you run. I know how busy you are. John, would you like to unmute yourself and ask a question?
Thank you. Thank you. Assemblywoman, I'd like to ask you just a simple question, two-part question. What's your position on Senate Bill 9 and 10?
If you could tell me those two, what I don't go by, and I promise never to go by the numbers of the bills, but go by the intent and the names of the bills, because you don't want me speaking in Sacramento, you want me speaking our community. So if you could tell me what those two bills are, or tell you my position on them.
Density bills in regards to developments in the city, the county, et cetera, the state.
Yeah. So when it comes,
go ahead.
Yeah, when it comes to density issues, I'm actually not in favor of density for our community. And I really do believe we should be leaving our development projects and planning to our local communities and cities. The cities understand best how and where they should grow development. I am a Southern California girl, come from a Latino family, and one of the biggest things that we strive for in the Latino community is being able to own a home. And our communities, we live in the suburbs of Los Angeles. We are impacted with traffic, with a lack of quality services, and I'm opposed to density. I'm open to conversation about density, but for me, it's not something that I'm typically supportive of because of the way that our community currently exists.
Thank you. Let me go ahead. Chair Darahanian, please unmute yourself. You have a question?
Thank you. My name is Sherry Darahanian. I'm a stakeholder. I appreciate you coming to the meeting, Assemblymember Valadares. And what I was wondering is, what committees are you on in Sacramento? What is your focus while in office?
Yeah, so I am on 10 different committees, and
okay,
that is quite...
I don't mean to cut you off. What is your main focus, like focus number 1 and focus number 2? Because I don't want to take too much of your time. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. I'm on 10 committees, and my primary focus right now is economic recovery and honestly, constituent casework in our district. We have hundreds of cases that are open right now with people who do not have access to EDD. So myself and my staff are committed to getting results and resolving the hundreds of cases that we have because of EDD's backlog. That is one of my #1 priorities. I am on 10 different committees. For those of you who don't know me, Southern California native, primarily come from the nonprofit world. Early childhood education and special needs are some of my biggest priorities. Therefore, education and having a voice on ensuring that our children from 0 to university have access to a quality education is a big part of my priorities, including supporting the major industries. So top 3 priorities for me: constituent casework, education, and the major industry within our community, which consists of a lot of Hollywood production. So I'm the vice chair on arts, entertainment, internet, tourism, and internet media. Sorry, it's the kitchen sink committee is what I call it. getting our theme parks open, getting our theaters open in a safe and responsible manner, getting all of our businesses open in a safe and responsible manner, including opening our schools. Those are my top priorities. I do sit on the budget committee and the budget committee subcommittees that oversee education funding as well as public safety spending. And one of the big things in public safety, what most people don't realize is, they do a lot of funding for corrections, but one of the other main priorities is wildfires and wildfire mitigation. So for me, another one of my big priorities is funding for mitigating PSPS or public safety power shutoffs, which are huge in our community, as well as wildfire mitigation. So lots of priorities because our community is diverse with a lot of key issues. So that's a little bit of a focus on a whole lot of things that I'm focusing on. Great question.
Perfect. Mike Benedetto, please unmute yourself and ask your question.
Hey, Suzette.
Hi, Mike.
How you doing?
Good. Good to hear from you.
We're good. I can complain, but who wants to hear it?
We're asking questions right now, Mike. So
yes, sir.
move on.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Suzette, do you think that the present standard for addressing homelessness makes sense with Proposition H, Triple H, and spending anywhere from $429,000 per cubicle up to $739,000? Does this make sense at all to you?
Not at all. I am all for putting resources into some of our key priorities, but this is not a money problem. It's a multi-layered problem. It's a housing affordability problem. It's a mental health problem. It's a multi-layered problem. And I agree that we've spent so much money on trying to attack the homelessness crisis in California and in Los Angeles. And we need to start looking at serious policy changes, not simply the billions of dollars that we unfortunately, I feel like, have wasted because the situation is not getting better.
Thank you. Gabriel, do you have a quick question?
Yes, I do. Thank you for being here. My quick question is, what or how can your office help self-employed or sole proprietorship businesses, or what kind of incentives does your committees or your office have to prevent small businesses from dying?
Yeah, so one of the very first bills that I introduced is really aimed at small business recovery and supporting our small businesses, and it's AB 91, which is a franchise tax reduction for our small and micro-sized businesses. So my piece of legislation is aimed at cutting that franchise. For you small business owners out there, that every year you automatically have to give the state of California $800 just to operate your business. So one of my very first bills was to cut that in half to $400 for small businesses and $200 for micro-sized businesses. I also just recently voted on some California stimulus and budget items that would also waive fees for certain businesses and professions for this year and next year, as well as voting to support the $2 billion. And I advocated for that $2 billion because the governor originally proposed about $500 million in small business grants, and that was not nearly enough. So what I suggested and signed on to with my colleagues was proposing $2 billion, which was passed in grants for our small businesses. And lastly, one of the other important pieces of legislation that I move forward in the budget is looking at our PPP loans for small businesses that secured PPP loans. The federal government has said that you do not have to pay taxes on those PPP loans. And in California, we need to codify the federal legislation so that we could also make sure that our small businesses that got PPP loans this past year don't have to pay taxes on that. What we recently passed only would allow you to write off up to $150,000 of those PPP loans. However, there is pending legislation that I'm trying to help move forward that will allow you to not have to pay taxes on any of those PPP loans. I just don't understand how in one of the most critical times, one of the most desperate times, especially for our small businesses, we should be taxing loans that they secured just to stay afloat, just to serve our communities. And it's frustrating to me and something I'm continuing to work on.
Thank you.
Brandy, you have a question? Please unmute
Yes.
yourself.
Hi, Suzette.
Hi, Brandy.
It's good to hear from you.
Likewise.
Actually, I was just going to ask, would you mind doing the same as Vahid and put an email that we could all reach your office at in the Q&A when you're done?
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
So
Great
for
question.
those of you who, let me see, or you know what? I don't have a chat option on here. So I can just give it out right now. It is assemblymember.valadares at assembly.ca.gov. And that, Brandy, thank you for asking me that question, because one of my, I have 3 core values that I'm operating under as your representative. And that is that I am going to be approachable and accessible. You elected me to be your voice, not to be my own voice. And it is imperative that we stay in communication, that I know how you feel, how policy coming out of Sacramento is impacting you on the ground in our community. So I want to make sure that you guys know that my office and myself are going to be accessible and very approachable for you. I'm going to be the hardest working member you have seen. I've hit the ground running, passing or moving forward some key initiatives, including AB 420, which was aimed at opening our theme parks. We put some serious pressure on the governor to give theme parks, sports venues, theaters, concert halls, guidelines on safe reopening. There was nothing. There was no path for reopening. And the economic engines that our theme parks are, that our Hollywood production and industry are massive. And to not have guidelines for reopening was extremely frustrating and continuing to be an economic disaster for our community. So I've been doing that in a bipartisan fashion. For those of you who know me, yes, I'm a Republican, but I am about getting the job done, and I will work with whoever it takes to get the job done for our community. So being a hardworking person for you, approachable, accessible, and truly understanding what the needs are of our community and having empathy with what you're seeing, feeling, and need on the ground in our community are a part of my core values.
Excellent. I have 2 last questions for you. One is from board member Miran, and then we have 1 attendee. And then that will be it. I'll let you get back to work because we know how busy you are, and we're grateful to have you tonight. Miran, please
David,
unmute
the
yourself.
email is in the Q&A. Thank you.
I got that. Thank you. Miran, you need to unmute yourself. We don't hear you. All right, we're going to move on. Miran, you can come back when you get it taken care of. Andrew, would you unmute yourself, please?
Yeah, hi. Good evening, Suzette. It's nice to virtually meet you. While a member of the Health Study CAG, I guess I'll just officially ask, we would love to sit down with you and discuss that with you. But my question is more on something that you just briefly touched, and that's the PPP conformity to the federal legislation. You touched on that California has recently passed that, and what I believe the mechanics is that expenses paid with PPP money now up to a certain amount is in fact deductible in California. My question is, as if you didn't hear before, as a tax preparer, which I do my day job, the question is California fast tracking full conformity to the deductibility of expenses paid with PPP? Because in the wake of, besides the fact that it's a tax on what is ultimately a grant, because virtually everybody is getting the PPP fully forgiven, the issue is that people cannot file their entity returns. Anyone who has a pass-through entity can't file while we wait for California to figure out what they're going to do. That's putting a burden on taxpayers, both as the business owners as well as their individual filings, while California figures this out. So if you could extrapolate a little bit on possible timing for California for full conformity to PPP expense deductibility, I would appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so I, as I mentioned, I voted on legislation about 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, that would allow you to deduct up up to 150,000. And I was not happy with that, but for me, it at least allowed some of those businesses that were under that threshold to go ahead and file their taxes and to understand where they are at in terms of their books this tax cycle. You're absolutely right. You know, the legislation that was a spot bill and an urgency bill. So it was passed and implemented immediately, negotiated, unfortunately, by the majority party behind closed doors. If I would have had a say, I would have said, no, we need to get this right. We need to allow for, you know, the full PPP loan to be forgiven and to be codified as per the federal government's guidelines. But for me, the yes vote came from just helping some of the smaller businesses now with this threshold. But I, you know, unfortunately don't anticipate that legislation at the soonest would pass until the May revise. And I know that that's after tax day. I mean, tax day is in a month and 5 days. And for a lot of businesses, they're gonna have to file extensions. And I don't even think that the legislature truly understands that how much harder is it gonna be for us to manage a budget in the California State Legislature, where we're going to have all of these extensions from small businesses who are waiting for that legislation to pass. So I agree with you. It's not the answer I'd like to give you. It's going to take longer than I frankly think it should. But that's not to say I haven't been working for the right outcome.
I think that's about it. I don't see any more questions.
Thank you, Suzette. You survived.
Thank you, Suzette.
The lightning round at Porter Ranch. I love it. You guys are awesome. It was so good to see you.
Thank you so much.
Talk to you soon.
Keep on fighting for us. Thank you.
Of course.
Gibson, I'm going to bring you in. Gibson, good evening.
Hi there, David. Can you hear me?
Yep. And so, and Assad can attest to this. We don't see Becky anywhere. We've asked for Becky a few times. Assad?
Right. I think she's having technical problems on her side. The camera was on and off.
Okay, I see Becky right here. One moment. Let me just move her over. Okay, move her over. Becky, are you there? Okay, go ahead. Please go ahead. Gibson?
Sorry about that. I just want to make sure. Are we doing okay?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay,
Good,
good
there you
evening, everybody. Happy Wednesday.
We haven't even touched our meeting yet. We've just been in the middle of elected officials the whole time.
I know. Just for me, it's just want to touch base on something that was put in the monthly profile. I just want to make sure that everybody had seen it in the March 3rd, the March monthly profile. In the first page, we definitely highlighted that the department will be bringing forward a report on the draft digital media policy that's been circulating into the neighborhood council system for the past 4 months. This is because we're considering the implications of Assembly Bill 992, which took effect January 1st. There's also a link that kind of gives detail in it that specifically amended the Brown Act as it relates to the use of social media by legislative bodies. And that's just something that I want to make sure that everybody gets to take a look at. Also, in regards to election outreach, we've been able to distribute 300,000 postcards that are being distributed at vaccination centers as Angelinos are getting their vaccine. So several folks have mentioned to it that they've seen it, they've gotten one. And it's just something that we are hoping to continue to do that. Also, we are going to be making our first presentation at the Los Angeles Public Works Committee in partnership with the Innovation and Performance Committee Vice Chair. This will be our Listen for Good perpetual feedback loop grant. We are reaching out to just kind of get your feedback on it and just from the neighborhood council system. So Raquel is she's trying to be active within trying to figure out what our best ways forward are with our department experiencing staff changes as well. So we're gonna continue shrinking as well. We're hoping that the budget cuts will not really destroy us completely, or like make us ineffective, but we definitely want to be a good service provider as a department. Yes, Ms. Lori, I see your hand.
Yeah, hi. I just had a quick comment to make to you in case you weren't aware. The Shepherd Church here in Porter Ranch is going to be opening on Monday and Tuesday for vaccination as a vaccination center.
Okay.
So if that's something you could, have those election cards out at our local church, that would be great.
I'll touch base with our team to see if I may have to do it. I may be able to do a drop off because I'm close by.
That'd be awesome. Thank you.
That'd be great. We appreciate that. Anything else, Gibson?
Let's have a great evening, and I'm just definitely gonna be here if you need me.
We appreciate you, and I stay by your cell phone if I need you. Thank you.
Thank you, good sir.
All right, we do have an update. We have the DPH. I'm gonna go ahead and unmute yourself and give us your update, please. Christine, Charlene.
Hello, everyone. Christina Vega here, and I'm the Community Engagement Specialist on the Aliso Canyon Disaster Health Research Study team. I'm here to provide you with a quick update. Much of the Health Studies Scientific Oversight Committee work is being informed by feedback from the community. One of their primary responsibilities is to define the goals of this health study, and community feedback that has been provided by community members at town halls and meetings with the community advisory group have helped shape the draft health study goals and priorities document. The health study goals and priorities will be incorporated into their request for proposals and will be open to all interested researchers, organizations, and academic institutions. Public Health is aiming to release the request for proposals in the spring of 2021 and will be administering the solicitation and procurement of research proposals with guidance from the Scientific Oversight Committee. If interested in providing feedback on the health study goals and priorities draft document the Scientific Oversight Committee has developed, please visit the Aliso Canyon website where the link to a 15-minute survey will be posted. We don't anticipate delays and the survey will be available in the next couple of weeks. Please take a moment to let us know what goals and priorities are important to you, and for additional questions regarding the health study, please send an email to alisostudy@ph.lacounty.gov, or if there's any questions now, we can also answer as well. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a question from Jason Hector. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, Christina. Are you going to be releasing a draft of the goals and priorities so that neighborhood councils and other entities can weigh in and make comments on the draft? Or are you going to simply release something that has been already decided to the community?
No, this is going to be a draft that'll be open for public comment for a 4-week period, and community members as well as neighborhood council board members, pretty much everyone interested in providing feedback will be able to comment and provide
Sounds good. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
No
I have
problem.
a few more hands up coming in. Brian, please unmute yourself.
Christina, this is Brian Allen. I'm a little confused. You made the statement that the SOC is making its evaluations based on feedback from the community that was received from the CAG. And as a CAG member, that makes me wonder what you're looking at, because the CAG was not allowed to, as you know, communicate with the SOC. So since I don't know of any meeting that we had with the SOC, other than the very first meeting we had, I don't know where you're getting that statement from. And I'd sure like to understand what you're meaning by that.
Hi, Brian. So this is Charlene. Yeah, what she's talking about is that first meeting where there were concerns that the CAG and conversations that the CAG had directly with the SOC. In addition, there's many CAG members and community members that did post some of their concerns on our feedback log, and that log is being made available to the SOC members. In addition, we that are visiting, Christina and I, that are talking to many of the neighborhood councils, when verbal concerns are brought to our attention on these calls, we're also bringing those back. And that's why we're compiling this, all of this feedback into these priorities and goals. Then we're going to turn it around to the community. And as the gentleman before asked the question, the community will be able to respond, review what we put together, make sure we got it right, make sure we heard you right, and provide your feedback directly. So that's our process we established. So I'm sorry if that wasn't clear.
Charlene, I just heard what you said, but I repeat, my question was, where did Christine get that information that the CAG presented information? The CAG has not presented information. And you just made another comment that your contact with the NCs, which I have been at every one of those, there has been no feedback from the public on those NCs. So you couldn't have taken anything back to them. I'm very unhappy at the misrepresentation that you're providing to whoever is listening to you. It is not appropriate in any way, shape, or form.
Brian, this is David Balin, and I'm gonna ask you to formulate your question without giving a testimony. Thank you.
I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Craig Galante, please lower your hand, ask your question.
Yeah, hi, good evening. Thank you, David. So, so the survey that you're contemplating, that would be a follow-up to the goals and priorities. How is the community going to have transparency to that? Because, for an example, Charlene, and the last time you came and visited the PRNC, and my question is, you said on December 14th, the community survey, you promised PRNC, because they worked really hard. Members of the board worked really hard to get the word out, to get people to respond to the survey. You said it would be published by the end of December. So here we are 3 months later, and we have no transparency to that community survey. So how will DPH make complete transparency of the survey relative to the goals and priorities? And also the follow-up question is, you heard at the Chatsworth Neighborhood Council that they don't want a survey and would rather have an open public forum. Therefore, there would be transparency. And if David Balin asks a really good question that I didn't think of, it might spur another question that I might have. So how is DPH listening to the community and addressing the issue around the survey?
Sure, and that
both surveys actually.
Sure, there's two actually. You're right, Craig. There was two surveys done. One was there was two surveys, one multimodal and one done via how do you call during using the phone. And so the challenge with those two surveys is analyzing it, and that has taken longer than we anticipated. We did think it was going to be available by the end of December. And so unfortunately it wasn't, but we will release the results of those two surveys prior to releasing the priorities and goals and the priorities and goals document. So you will be able to see those. And as promised, we're standing by our promise to have to release those to the CAG prior to releasing those results to the rest of the community. That was a request made by the CAG, and we're still going to honor that. For as far as the second question, when you talked about, you know, a survey and the public requesting a public kind of forum by which to pose the comments and questions, we are going to take that back to our leadership. We have let them know that Chatsworth Neighborhood Council did make that request, and I'll take that back, that now the Porter Ranch Neighborhood Council also makes that request, and we'll make sure to bring that back.
Charlene, we have two last questions for you. We appreciate you guys coming. Mike Benedetto, please please unmute yourself.
Okay, so thank you. My question is, what is the status on our over and over requests of, and even perhaps subpoena, the list of chemicals that are made up of those gases, and especially benzene and mercaptans? Want to know about, you have any additional information on those missing bins, and also the illicit fire emissions? Do you have any information on that? And just real quickly, I'm from Granada Hills South Neighborhood Council. We haven't heard from you guys either.
Okay, so our website is being updated pretty much daily with all of the new information that we've been receiving. And so a lot of the information that you're requesting on the bins and some of the chemicals and the gases, that you're asking for are located on our website. Sometimes it's not always easy to understand, but we are trying to get more information as much as we can to be available for the researchers. In addition, we've asked some of the SOC committees, to review the data that we have already existing and to kind of weigh in to see if we're missing anything that would be necessary for any kind of research to go forward. So that information continues to be updated on our website as we get it.
Thank you. Last question. Hassan, please unmute yourself.
David. Hi, Christina. Hi, Charlene. Question for you. The Alisso Canyon website, that you basically handle and monitor, I feel like it's not updated. There are some really old information on that and then no real updates. How often do you go and put information there? How often do you update it? Because we really need to keep the community posted with any of these developments. And if that's the place that everybody's gonna go and look at things, I feel like we are not really doing a good job on that.
Yes, thank you for that comment. Yeah, we feel the same way. Our whole Department of Public Health website is kind of being updated. And so we try to go in there weekly to put new information on there. But again, we're the first to admit it's not easy to find. And so we're gonna do a better job at making that easier for you all.
Thank you. On that note, we're going to go ahead and move forward. That was the last question. So thank you very much for attending. If you guys don't mind, I would like to switch our public comment at this time for the presentation by Mr. Scott Schmirlson, our superintendent of LAUSD. Do we have any, does anybody mind if I do that?
You want to check if the public, or it's your call. You're the boss.
I'm checking right now. So I don't, but I know Tara's trying to come in, so very good. So Tara, go ahead, unmute yourself.
Great. If you could promote me and the board member to panelists, that'd be great. I don't know if you saw my email, but I have a
Yep, I got you. Let me get Mr. Schmirlson in as well. Where is he? There he goes.
yeah, and if I could be, I don't know if you saw my email, but I made a PowerPoint that I was hoping to screen share for you all.
Saad, go ahead on that. Mr. Schmirlson, good evening.
Good evening, and thank you for the compliment. I'm not superintendent, I'm board member, but I appreciate that.
You know, my apology.
No, don't apologize. It's a compliment. Thank you.
You know, it's the next step.
Thank you, David. So, okay, may I begin?
Not yet. She's getting you ready.
Okay, tell me when.
When?
Okay. All right. Hi, good evening, Porter Ranch community. I just want to start off by thanking you for your continued support of our neighborhood schools. I really mean that. And for allocating me the time this evening to share some updates on behalf of LAUSD. For any attendees who haven't had the opportunity to meet, my name is Scott Schmirlson, and I am the school board member for Porter Ranch and the surrounding neighborhoods. I represent 110 schools and just over 90,000 families. And we've included a map of Board District 3 in the slide deck so you can get a better idea of the communities that we serve. Board District 3 encompasses 2 wonderful schools in Porter Ranch. We have Porter Ranch Community School, whose leadership team, I believe, is here tonight, as well as Castle Bay Lane Elementary School. I'm happy to share that at my direction, the Board of Education just approved a security buzzer system for the entrance of Castle Bay. So that'll help a lot. While outside of your boundaries, many of your families go to Chatsworth Charter High School. I also wanted to let you know that Chatsworth High School's annual Carnival of Knowledge will be held this year, virtually, of course, on March 24th. March 24th. If you visit the link shown on the screen, you'll be able to sign up for the Zoom and view the latest additions to the program. Turning to board updates, I am proud to share at yesterday's board meeting, I introduced a resolution urging LAUSD to adopt a new state seal of civic engagement. And you could view the language of the resolution by hovering your phone, the camera that is, over the QR code on the screen. You may be wondering, what is the seal of civic engagement? Well, it's an award that students may earn in 11th or 12th grade that recognizes their civic activities, such as participation in neighborhood council. So the award is given in the form of a seal that could be placed on various documents, such as student transcripts and high school diplomas. If passed by the board, and I think it will be, on the April 13th meeting, LAUSD students will be eligible to earn their seal starting next school year. I have to commend one of my students, Jaden. Jaden is a member of my student advisory council, and he brought this idea forward. Jaden also happens to be a finalist for the student seat on the State Board of Education. Needless to say, we are very proud of Jaden. He's a student at North Hollywood High School, by the way. I now like to discuss the tentative agreement reached between LAUSD and the United Teachers of Los Angeles. That was last night during our board meeting. It is tentative because the Board of Education and UTLA membership still have to approve it. And this should happen any day now. Once the agreement is final, we will be able to announce the exact return date and release instructional schedules. Right now, we're planning on mid-April for elementary and late April for secondary. Now, we're actually meeting tomorrow. The board is meeting tomorrow to hear from the bargaining team and vote. The link to watch the live stream is on the screen, should you want to watch the board meeting. I'm going to share some highlights, but if there are parents on the call who want specifics, I encourage you to participate in your Community of Schools Town Hall meeting next week. And that's where you'll be able to review the instructional schedules, answer specifics about how recess and lunch work, and what happens if a student or teacher tests positive. The district will also email you an updated family guide when the agreement is finalized. So let me tell you just a few highlights of the agreement. All staff will have the opportunity to be vaccinated before returning to campus. Student educator workspaces will be at least 6 feet apart. Now, this isn't a requirement from the county, but a commitment that the district is making. Students and staff must get a COVID-19 test in the week leading up to reopening. Weekly testing will follow. All adults and students, including those in TK to 2nd grade, must wear masks. All high-touch surfaces will be disinfected daily. Instruction will only take place in classrooms with a centralized HVAC system, heating and air conditioning system. We've upgraded all of the filters in our campuses to have MERV 13 membranes, which is the equivalent of an N95 mask. Current teacher assignments will be maintained whenever possible. Though in reducing class sizes, the district cannot guarantee that your student will continue with the same teacher. At the elementary level, the district is adopting a hybrid model. Students will either receive 3 hours of instruction in the morning or 3 hours in the afternoon. Class sizes will be reduced and students will stick with the same group of 12 students for all activities. This will help the district tremendously with contact tracing where someone tests positive. For any parents who are on this meeting, by the end of this week, LAUSD will be mailing you a program selection form. This is where you indicate if you want your child to continue with distance learning or begin in-person instruction. And we realize that coming back to campus midday is tremendously difficult for working parents. So the district will make childcare available. Now, let's go to secondary. Due to the complexity of secondary school master schedules, and I was an assistant principal for scheduling, middle and high school students will continue with distance learning, but they have the opportunity to do so from campus. While secondary students will only be on campus roughly 2 months before the school year ends, I'm just happy that they'll be able to return, period. This is something that our culminating 8th grade students and high school seniors have been asking for. They want to see their friends again, even if it's socially distanced. It's also tremendously helpful for students who have trouble focusing at home. They may struggle with broadband access, and some are experiencing homelessness. So anyway, families now have a choice in front of them. So I want to give you a sense of what the district has done to make in-person learning as safe as possible. To begin, we have opened 7 COVID-19 vaccination centers, including 2 in the San Fernando Valley. And our 2 are Kennedy and Panorama. And I was at, we plan to open the 3rd one, by the way, next week. So I was at Panorama High School this morning, off and on the rain, but we made it. And it was a very quick operation for the vaccinations. It was really spot on. So over 30,000 LAUSD administrators have been vaccinated since they became eligible on March the 1st. And here we are, the 10th. So we had 30,000 vaccinated. We are well on our way to vaccinating all 85,000 employees by mid-April. And with the help of various partners, LAUSD has developed an app called the Daily Pass, which is essentially a screening tool that helps principals and staff to monitor potential asymptomatic cases. If your student is healthy and well, they will be given a QR code that will be scanned by school staff as they enter campus. Staff will conduct a temperature check as an additional safety precaution. So when I went to Panorama today, I had to do the checklist, and I also had my temperature scanned. So there we are. There's that filter with the membrane. There's the directional pieces on the floor. That man who looks like he's from Ghostbusters is spraying this special ionized disinfectant around the room that adheres to every place in the room. And it's a wonderful thing to watch. And we also watched a filter man changing the filters in the building. So I want to conclude with the following resources for parents, okay? Local District Northwest has a number of virtual programs to support families. For example, on March 18th, they'll be hosting a workshop on high frequency words where they'll offer tips on what you can do to help your child recognize commonly used words when reading together. And every Monday morning, the system of support advisors, they host wellness drop-in sessions for parents. Parents need it too, just as much as the kids. The Zoom for both these programs are on the screen. LAUSD continues to operate 17 grab and go food centers in the Valley. Your closest is Chatsworth High School and Kennedy High School. In addition to 3 meals per person, Chatsworth will be distributing food boxes on March 25th, and Kennedy will be distributing food boxes on March the 16th. So please spread the word to your stakeholders who can use some extra support right now. A grab and go will continue when we reopen schools. The meals will be distributed at the school site, and more details will be announced shortly. The district also continues to offer free COVID-19 testing to students and everyone in their household. Everyone in the household of the students is entitled to a free COVID-19 test. And it's not a one-time thing. You can get tested as frequently as you need. We have 6 sites in the Valley, and you can make an appointment by going to the long link on the screen or by visiting dailypass.lausd.net. And on the special education front, Local District Northwest is hosting a resource meeting for parents of students with disabilities next week. A recording will be made for parents who can't join live. You can watch it. I'm also happy to share that the Board of Education Special Education Committee, headed by yours truly, will resume meeting on Thursday, March 25th at 1:00 p.m. The agenda and live stream link will be available at the laschoolboard.org. Thank you for your time. Thank you for listening. I encourage you to follow us on social media or subscribe to our newsletter for more frequent updates, and our information is on the screen. Tara Vidani, my fantastic field deputy, is currently juggling a lot during distance learning, but doing her best to share intermittent updates with your neighborhood council as well. She's very involved with our neighborhood councils, and I'm very proud of that. So we welcome questions, but I'd be remiss not to first urge you to approve Porter Ranch Community Schools NPG this evening. There'll be families at the Porter Ranch Community School who choose to continue with distance learning, and those who want to come back in person. Your contribution will help the school better support both groups of students. So thank you, David.
Thank you, Mr. Burleson. I have a few questions for you.
Sure,
Assad, please lower your hand. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think, Scott, you answered it. So I assume for the equipment and the units for measuring the temperature and all that, you're looking for the MPGs to support LAUSD rather than you're having it all through the LAUSD funding. Because the MPG is asking for thermometers, measure.
Yes, I saw that. I saw that other request. Tara, could you help me with that?
So is LAUSD is not providing those? That's the question. Thank you.
Yeah, Tara.
Yeah, so I can provide some context to that. So the district, through various federal and state investments in trying to reopen schools, we were allocated monies to purchase things like this. So all elementary schools are being allocated 4 thermometers, and all middle and high schools are being given 10 thermometers. And so as a span school that serves both elementary and middle schools, Porter Ranch Community Schools receiving 10 from the district. And I guess they just want more on campus to create an added level of safety and security for parents to make sure that students, I guess, aren't entering classrooms with a temperature.
Makes sense. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Assad. Next,
Hassan,
ahead,
would you, Hassan, please unmute yourself.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Shemerson and Tara, thank you so much for your hard work in really getting the schools ready to get open. I'm sure there's a lot of hard work behind the scene that you are doing, and your staff and all the members. So we really appreciate that, getting the kids slowly but surely getting back to school. My question is more concerning, there's a lot of good work to open the schools, but looking at the dates, later in April and then in May, and then are we going to have all of a sudden stop and everybody goes home for summer, or is it going to be a continuous thing throughout the summer? What can you shed some light?
Sure. From what I know now, the district is providing a robust summer school program for all students. Now, you know, summer school is a very expensive program. And for the longest time, we only allowed summer school for students who needed to make up credits for graduation. And we really didn't have that much in enrichment. But this year, there'll be a full enrichment and a full remediation program for summer. Absolutely, yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Randy, would you please unmute yourself?
Hello, Scott. Thank you for all the hard work you've put in.
Thank you.
Yeah, two quick things. One, there was a calendar survey that went around asking which calendar best meets your child's educational needs. And a lot of parents were complaining because the two options were school year starts 5 days earlier or school year starts 10 days earlier, but there wasn't an option for don't start school year earlier.
Yes.
Yeah.
You are right, and I am fighting for the third option.
Okay.
Now, what I suggested was perhaps you could offer 10 Saturdays that parents can choose for their students. Should they want to, they would have the opportunity to take these Saturday classes instead of the beginning or at the end. Lots of people have their summer, you know, they just want to get out. And a lot of people have their summer already planned with trips, camp, and all these other things. So I am pushing really hard for the third option, which is none of the two.
Saturdays?
Yeah, and Saturdays, should you want to, Yeah.
Thank you for that. And then
You're welcome.
the other thing, I know, prior to this, and I recognize that, we just had the COVID stimulus that's supposed to be 150 billion towards education.
Yeah.
We had issues in some of our local elementary schools where teachers were having to beg parents to give them basic cleaning supplies long before the pandemic started. Things like Clorox wipes or Kleenexes, toilet paper in some classrooms. And I'm a little concerned. Is there anything going on to, shall we say, inventory what those kind of sanitation needs are to ensure that in the reopening?
Absolutely. Okay. Let me just tell you that nothing hurts me more when I go to a school and I see the school begging the parents for supplies that we should be providing. Okay.
Yeah.
When I see them asking for paper towels and Kleenex, that is terrible. That's our job to provide that. So and I told the superintendent right to his face, I said, that's a terrible thing to do. It doesn't happen in a lot of schools. A lot of schools that have a lot of money from different sources, whether it be from CENI or whatever other funds they use, they don't have to do that. But our schools here in the Valley, many of them are not Title I, and they don't have the same funding examples. And parents never balk. They're always so happy to help and give, but they shouldn't have to do that. So there are sufficient supplies. We saw it today at the schools for masks, for cleaning supplies, for paper towels, for toilet paper, for soap, and all that stuff. Besides what they have in the school, they have trailers outside of the school filled with these supplies. We have plenty. And let me just tell you something else too. Every school has a committee, and it's called the COVID-19 Safety Committee. They meet on a regular basis. Anytime there's a violation, and to me, a violation would mean you don't have enough cleaning supplies. You don't have enough toilet paper or paper towels. That is a violation, and it's taken care of immediately through Beaudry. Absolutely.
Thank you for your hard work, Scott.
Sure.
Jason, please unmute yourself and ask the question.
Oh, thank you. Assad kind of answered asked the question, and maybe we can talk more about it when we get to the next item.
Sure.
Just specifically as far as what the district's providing with respect to the thermometers and things like that. But I want to recognize Tara. She's on all the meetings at all the neighborhood councils, even the committee meetings, and she is the hardest working rep I've seen. So I want to recognize her. The question I have is regarding the contract negotiations, and you said 30,000 have been vaccinated out of 85,000 employees. So was it ever discussed with the teachers and other staff if they don't want to get a vaccine, or I don't know if you know the answer to this, but is it something that, you know, the union is requiring all the teachers to get, or are they free to decide? Because some people don't want to get vaccinated.
I know.
Yeah, so that's my question.
We are requiring teachers and staff to be vaccinated before they return. Now, there are cases where they do not want to have that done, and we have cases where we will have committees to decide who should be put on leave and who can be exempted. It is our goal to have everyone who works at the school vaccinated. And that's where we stand, and we will deal with individuals who do not wish to do that. And you'll have that everywhere.
Yeah.
And Mr. Schmerlson, if I can just add, I was at a meeting this afternoon with a bunch of principals who, you know, the question was asked, you know, has there been vaccine hesitancy on your campus? And, you know, they shared that, you know, for the most part, almost everyone, I was talking to elementary school principals, almost all the teachers have already gotten vaccinated, and the ones that haven't, for the most part, just haven't been able to get an appointment yet, but they anticipate that'll happening this month. So unfortunately, we haven't had a huge vaccine hesitancy issue, but I mean, if there are any staff members on this call that have questions or like want to know the actual process to get exempt, they can feel free to email us and we can look into that.
Correct. Yes,
Thank you, Tara.
Thank you.
Miran, last question. And then we have one attendee as well. Sorry.
David, can you hear me?
You got to speak up. You just... Go ahead, Miran.
Scott, thank you for coming to our meeting.
Sure.
My only question would be, will parents be allowed on campus too, or just students? And also, what will happen if parents will refuse vaccinations?
Parents themselves who refuse vaccination for themselves or for their kids can't get it anyway because it's not approved for children. Tara, have you heard about parents being on campus without? I kind of believe that they wouldn't be allowed on campus unless they're vaccinated. That's my thought right now, but I can certainly verify. Any information, Tara, from you? Parents coming on campus?
So that's a question I can definitely follow up on. I know that when we had this conversation a month ago, the direction the district was going in was not permitting outside guests onto campuses beyond the actual checkpoint at the front of campus where we do the temperature checks and scan the students' QR code. But if that's changed, I'll definitely follow up with you so you can distribute to the rest of your members.
Right. Tara, I'm thinking of maybe if they're having an IEP meeting and the parents have to come and meet, you know, with the IEP group, the school psychologist and the teacher. I don't know how we would work that out if that parent was not vaccinated, but we will. That's an excellent question, Miran. Excellent question.
And one last comment, Scott, thank you for being a champion for our school parents and students for keeping them safe under this difficult circumstances. And I thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Thank you. You're quite welcome. Thank you.
Mr. Schmelson, I have one last question. I'm going to let you go.
Sure.
John, please unmute yourself and ask your question.
Thank you. One question. During the week, I've overheard several teachers talking, one of which, not in a group, but on the phone, in a group, that one of them believes that she has COVID. She's not seen a doctor. How will you validate that the teachers have A, been tested, or B, vaccinated? Thank you.
Yes. Gosh, I you know, that's another very good point.
Mr. Schmerlson,
go ahead.
This actually came up in the meeting after you had to hop off.
Okay.
So the district has set up a hotline, and I don't have it memorized yet, but I'll send that to David as well, where community members, stakeholders, parents, other teachers can anonymously report safety concerns that they have. So I guess that's one avenue, that if you hear something that you don't think should be happening, to share that information with the district so we can follow up. So I'll get that hotline information to David. And then to your second point, so Mr. Schmerlson talked a little bit about Daily Pass. if I go to a campus right now, I have to be tested before I enter the campus. All staff have to be tested if they're visiting the school, and that's all tracked and monitored on the Daily Pass website, which is really nice if you're a principal, because you have a way of looking at the Daily Pass to see like which of your staff members have been vaccinated. Which have been vaccinated, which have gotten their test for this week, which have scheduled their test for next week. So the Daily Pass has been such a blessing as we try to like organize and figure out how to make this as safe as possible.
Yeah, that's a good point. You know, we will be testing the temperature, taking the temperature of all people coming in, and we do have a way of checking to see who was actually tested for COVID-19. Now, I certainly hope that people would not want to go around the system and try to get into school and not be healthy enough for working at the school. Not only teachers, but all the staff. So I need to find that out. How do we on a daily basis check to make sure that our employees are coming in COVID-free? That's a very good point. That's a very good point. And I will get that information and I will send it back to you guys.
Thank you for your time this evening.
My pleasure.
Merleson,
My pleasure.
Tara, always a great pleasure. Thank you so much.
Yes, and you know, don't give Tara too many compliments because she's going to ask me for a raise, okay?
Hey, you already set yourself up, so you know what? Ask her for the raise.
Give it to her.
Approved. Thank you, guys.
Prove it.
All right.
Thank you, Scott.
Good evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. On that note, let's move forward. And I will ask for public comment on items not on the agenda within the purview of the board. And I see that Sherry Darahanian has her hand up. And so, Sherry, go ahead with your comment to the board. Unmute yourself.
Thank you. This is Sherry Darahanian. I'm on the board of the Museum of San Fernando Valley. We currently are relocating to the corner of Nordhoff and Plummer at the Paseo on the southwest corner. It's a beautiful site, and we're going to have a grand opening probably in July when COVID things have relaxed a bit. But in the meantime, every second Saturday, we have an artist speaker series, which is a lecture. And this Saturday, we have the pleasure to present Ann Bowman, a very good painter who's local here in the San Fernando Valley. And the time is Saturday, March 13th from 2 to 4. The first hour is an artist lecture to hear about her and how she began to be an artist and showing her artworks. And the last half hour is Q&A. So it's a very fun time and it's free to the public. I hope you can join us. Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry. Rad or R-A-D, I don't know how we're gonna, please unmute yourself.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Rad Nakama. I'm a resident of the Avila community, located on Mason and Cessna. Our community would like to request that the PRNC Land Use Committee discuss with the City of LA Planning Department and help resolve the issue with the proposed road between Porter Ranch Drive and Mason going through the north side of Toll Brothers New Park, which is currently being built. As a resident of the Avila community and many others, we're deeply concerned with the new road being developed as a full access road rather than a fire access road. This major road will have a great impact on the community as it will increase traffic through the residential park, not only create noise pollution, but also a safety concern among the Avila residents. Toll Brothers and CD12 have been contacted for resolution, and we are seeking PRNC assistance with this matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time. Glenn Bailey, please unmute yourself. Glenn Bailey, please unmute yourself. Okay, John, go ahead and unmute yourself.
David, my main system clashed,
So can you do it from your end
Sure.
until I back online?
Glenn,
Thank you.
go ahead. Can you unmute yourself?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, it showed I was unmuted, not sure. Anyway, Glenn Bailey, since I know there's always a robust attendance from Porter Ranch Neighborhood Council at the monthly Valley Alliance of Neighborhood Council meetings, I just wanted to make sure that you had all seen the cancellation notice of tomorrow night's meeting. I don't have any further details, but it was a last minute announcement. And it did include an announcement that we will be having for the April meeting, we will be having Council Member Monica Rodriguez as the guest speaker. And so, you know, one of the Valley's council representatives who we don't usually see that often at bank. So, you know, help spread the word on that and certainly attend if you have any issues you want to be asking her. And I think I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Glenn. John, would you please unmute yourself?
Not showing.
It's not showing.
Oh, there it is.
You're there.
Okay, there. Am I okay?
You are.
Excellent. Twice in a day I've been good. A quick notice to everybody. There is on Saturday, March 13th at 10 a.m. plan check meeting for anybody that has any land use issues, questions, concerns. Please make sure you go to that. It is absolutely phenomenal. These are key people in the process that you can ask questions directly. You don't have to have people come boomerang back to you later. I've been to 2 of these, and I tell you what, it is loaded with information that you can't get on a daily basis. So please, everybody, it's the plan check. NCLA.com in the news. There we go. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Thank you for the update. Leon Chen, please unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear. Good evening.
Yes, my name is Leon. I want to speaking after Rad, who is also my neighbor. I'm a fellow villa homeowner over here in Porter Ranch, and there's a lot of us on the street that are concerned about the progress of the park road behind our houses. We are concerned about some safety and privacy issues that are coming up, and would like to ask the Porter Ranch Neighborhood Council to discuss with Councilman Lee and his team about our concerns. We sent over an email and a letter detailing our concerns a couple weeks ago. We have not heard back. And so we would like to request your assistance in pursuing that forward.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Carol, good evening. Would you unmute yourself?
Hi there. Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. My name's Carol Jones, and like Leon and Rad, I'm also a neighbour on our villa. And my main concern also is the road that's behind us, where we were told before we actually moved into our properties that this was going to be an emergency access road only. I appreciate that this is a road that's going into the park, but we were absolutely told by Toll Brothers before, so that it was actually just emergency access only. My main concern, alongside Rad and Leon and many, many others in our community, is the safety concern, the privacy, and the fact that there will be street lights that will be shining into our backyards, and also the fact that they are putting car parking on this road. So that is something that I would also like you to just bear in mind, and hopefully that we get the support of the PRNC in this matter.
Thank you very much. On that note, I think that is it for items from the public. So we will move on. At this time, I'd like to go to item number 7. Miran?
Yes. Good evening,
And
everyone.
I'm
one
sorry,
moment.
David, I don't mean to interrupt. I need to recuse myself from this conversation.
Okay, thank you.
I will be as well.
Thank you. And I will be as well in a second. So,
I'll take over. So once you leave.
but I think we need to bring up the NPG, and then I will, let's bring Sean in.
I'm looking for him. Hold on. Sean.
Let me go in here. I'll bring him in.
Will we have enough for quorum?
Yes, I think, I hope.
Quorum does not impact, recusals don't impact quorum.
Correct.
Gibson's on the
Mr.
line,
Gid-
but that's my
I
understanding.
got, hold on one second. Mr. Gidry, I'm bringing you in.
Hello?
Yeah, I'm gonna promote you as a panelist so people can see you.
Okay.
Scary. All right, on that note, Assad, you ready to take over?
Yes. Thank you,
Very
Mr.
good.
President. Yes.
Text me when you're done.
All right. Good.
Assad, you have to pull up the MPG, Assad, or have somebody pull it up.
Okay, let me do it. Hold
You
on.
want me to do it? Hold on. Give me a second.
If
My
you have it
apologies.
handy. Yeah, okay.
Can you
Why
see the
doesn't-
screen?
But how are
Yes.
you gonna scroll through it if you're out of the meeting?
Share the screen.
Jason, why don't you take over that? And David, it's okay. Jason and I will take care of it.
Very
Do you
good.
have it
All right.
handy, Jason?
Yeah, I can pull it up.
Yeah, pull it up and go ahead and share.
Hey, just want to
Like-
confirm that, apologies, we'll have quorum with the recusals, correct?
Yes, we should do. Let's see. We have Assad, Jason, Mehran, Hassan, and Lori, and Brandy. That's 6. And 3 recusals and 1 absent. So we have 6.
And the reason why we have to recuse ourselves, Gibson, is that myself and Gabriel are both parents at the school. I'm not really sure if Becky really needs to recuse herself because she helped with the inception of the school, but she doesn't have children there. But
That's fine. You just have to leave the meeting and then let Assad and Jason take over.
That's correct.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Thank you, David. All right. Good evening, everybody. So
Can you see
we're,
it?
yeah, I have it. Everybody sees the screen with the NPG?
Get out
Yes.
of here, by the way. Let me mute
Okay.
this off. I'm gonna mute myself.
Yes,
so
Assad,
excuse
we
me.
see it. Yeah.
All right, Mehran, so please go ahead and read the agenda item. Try to be loud because your microphone is a little bit low. Go ahead.
Could you hear me now? Yes.
It's not that good, Miran.
It's
No,
very
no.
quiet.
Well, I'm doing my best. I mean, I don't know.
Just
Where's
yell.
the microphone?
No, I can.
It's okay. I'll go ahead and read it. This is the Education Committee NPG for the Porter Ranch Community School for the total amount of $3,835 for 2 classroom projectors, 1 Elmo document camera, and 30 infrared forehead thermometers for the COVID-19 safety guidelines. Attachment A is what you have on the screen that Jason brought up, and it shows the, yeah, here you go, scroll. It shows the amounts as the 2 classroom projectors with the 1 Elmo document camera at $2,785, and the 30 infrared forehead thermometers at a total of $1,050. And we have the school vice principal, I assume, Mr. Godry, with us to address any questions. Mehran? Mehran?
Sounds like he's having problems.
Yeah, I lost you for a second. So, Mr. Gaudry, you want to please fill us in on the NPG? Thank you.
Yes. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you guys for having me, Porter Ranch Neighborhood Council. I'm the assistant principal at Porter Ranch Community School, and thank you guys for all, first of all, giving us an opportunity to, to apply for the grant. And as you all know, we don't receive, like Mr. Schmerlson said earlier, we don't receive a lot of the other funding that the schools, receive, like the Title I funding and everything else. So we, rely heavily on our community, Booster and everybody in the community to, to help us out to keep the programs open and just to keep the school running. So we really appreciate, anything you guys, any and everything you guys do for us, as as a community. And now that we have somewhat of a going back to school date now, like Mr. Schmerlson said earlier, like mid-April for our elementary school. And then for our secondary school, we're looking at the end of April. All of the, I'll start with the infrared thermometers. And like Tara Vadani said, we're only receiving 10 as a entire school. And we have a total of approximately 52 teachers at the school site. So we just don't have enough thermometers, and we're trying to do it, as safely as possible so we won't cross-contaminate. And we, the goal was to have, almost or at least every teacher with their own thermometer so they can check, so we wouldn't have to do a lot of the borrowing just for the safety guide, the COVID safety guidelines. So that's the deal with the thermometers. And as far as the technology, the school, of course, opened in 2012, and some of the technology is starting to fizz away. So we're in need of some replacement items, and those 3 replacement items would be great, especially since 90% of the instruction will still be virtual. So that's why we're asking for the monies for the Elmos and then the projector, so the teachers can continue to teach virtually without any interruption.
Thank you very much, Mr. Godry. Any questions from the board at this time? Or Mehran, do you have any follow-up since it's your NPG?
Thank you. Actually, can you hear me?
Barely.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Didn't change.
Perfect. Thank you.
Slightly better. Go ahead.
Thank you. First of all, thank you, Sean, for coming. I understand that this is a very important requirement for the school, as our board members have explained the necessity of it. As a parent, as an advocate, as a respect to the school, actually this NPG will be a very good to support the school needs and the requirements, so they can complete with the necessary requirements. That's all I have to say.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Mehran. Thank you, Sean. Question to Jason. How are we with funding?
We're good with funding. MPG, I wish we would have done treasury report before, but I think we budgeted about 7,500 and I think we spent about 2,500. We did get another MPG coming from PALS for 5,000, but we have, our operating budget is way under. So we have, I believe, under 30,000, just under 30,000 total to spend. Can I just ask for the presentation? What is the Elmo? If you could just enlighten us what an Elmo document camera. I see you got the infrared thermometer here. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Just so that we all know, for the stakeholders, I'm not familiar with that kind of document camera.
Yes, the Elmo document camera is it's actually it actually hooks up with the projector. So whatever, let's say for example, if a teacher's in the classroom and they're trying to show like a hard copy of something or a whiteboard or something, it will project whatever image is under the document camera. It'll project it through the projector onto the screen. So that way, it could be an interactive session with the students. So it basically goes with the projector. So whatever's underneath it projects.
Thank you.
Thank you. Brandy?
Yeah, due to some weirdness that LA City hasn't corrected, I'm not going to be eligible to vote because this is a funding issue and they've messed with my funding certificate. So I want to instead make a statement that, given that looking at our treasury report, we've got about 33K available. I say this is why we have that money, is to help our neighborhood with COVID. So
thank you, Brandy. Okay, so now I'm going to take questions from the attendees. Sherry, go ahead, please. Unmute yourself.
Yes, thank you. This is Sherry Darrow-Hunnian, a stakeholder. Mr. Goodry, thank you so much for bringing this neighborhood purpose grant. My children went to middle school at PRCS, and I know with former Governor Brown's local control funding formula, if you don't have 50% poverty, you get no discretionary funds. So I think it's very appropriate for PRNC to vote for something like this. We want to keep the teachers safe. We want to keep the kids safe. And if they need updated technology, I'm all for it. And I hope the board votes for it. Thank you very much.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
And next I have Tara. Go ahead, Tara.
Great, thank you so much. I just want to piggyback off of what Sherry just shared and give a shout out on behalf of Mr. Schmerlson to Mr. Guidry. Right now it's 8:25 in the evening, and I'm pretty sure Mr. Guidry probably started his day at 7 a.m., if not earlier. And this is, Mr. Demergy and Mr. Guidry, they work around the clock, like literally pulling 12-hour days. And it's because they love the work that they do, and they're just trying to get more resources for their school. So I hope you support this project. And if you do, we traditionally, publicly thank neighborhood councils for their support on our social media platforms and in our newsletters. And of course, we do the same thing for PRNC for you to approve this grant. Thank you.
Thank you, Tara. So with that, Mehran, you want to put the motion so that we can have a second and start voting on it?
Certainly. My motion is, give me 1 second. Motion to approve 3,835 MPG for the Porter Ranch Community School for 2 classroom projects, 1 Elmo document camera, 3 infrared forehead thermometers for the Porter Ranch Community School.
I second it.
We have a motion, we have a second. Okay.
Just to be clear, the motion is just to, Miran, the motion doesn't need to specify the camera because it's already in the MPG. So the motion is simply to approve the MPG in the amount of 3,835 to the Porter Ranch Community School.
100%.
Thank you.
And Hassan second that. Okay. Lori?
And call the vote. Keep in mind, this is maybe in a different order than when we had it. Brandy is absent or recused. Becky Levesque is recused. Hassan Marian?
Yes.
Miran?
Yes.
Jason Hector?
Yes.
Gabriel is recused. Assad?
Yes.
Myself, yes. David Balin has been recused. So we have motion passes.
Motion passes.
Lori,
thank you very much. Yeah.
Lori, I'm not qualifying as recused. I'm qualifying as ineligible. It's a different
Ineligible,
thing.
thank you.
And thank you, Mr. Godry, and we appreciate all what you do for PRCS, and anytime you need anything, we're at your disposal and ready to help. Thank you.
Thank you. I can't wait to see you guys back on campus as well and in person. I appreciate everything that you guys do for the community. We really do at PRCS.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Sean.
All right, let me try to get David back, and here is Becky. Where is David?
Can we just review the vote? It was 5 yeses. If maybe Francis or Lori could confirm. 1 absent, 1 ineligible, and 3 recusals.
Exactly.
Correct.
Perfect. Thank you.
Question, did Mark Haynes resign?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Bummer.
All right, we're waiting for David, and
I'm here.
Okay, so you can take over the share.
Thank you. Okay,
Let me stop sharing here.
Okay.
Okay, I
thank
stopped.
you for my glasses. See all you lovely people. Okay. Let's move. You know what? I've had an ask because we're getting ready. It's pretty close to break time. Would you guys mind if we move item number 12 for a quick update? We have the owners of the new grocery outlet, and they just would like to say hello and introduce themselves to the community, if you wouldn't mind. So on that note, if they're there, I'd like to bring them in.
They're in already, Mr. President.
Okay, very good. Good evening, and unmute yourself and say hello to the community.
Hey, Porter Ranch and everyone listening in. Well, you guys can hear me okay, right? All right,
Loud
good
and
deal.
clear.
So Yeah,
Yes.
so I'm Christopher Herrera. I'm with my wife Lisette here, and we're excited to be opening a business for one neighboring Porter Ranch in Chatsworth. We're opening the grocery outlet. It's located on Mason and Lassen. For those of you who know the Valley, which I'm sure you all do, that corner's kind of been run down for quite some time. So besides us being there, we're just excited that, you know, it's a corner that's being redeveloped, and it's coming out really nice. Host has asked you to start your video. All right. Oh, so I'm live. Hi. Yeah, so we're excited. For one, this is our first business that we're opening. So this is definitely near and dear to our heart. We have a background in retail that goes back about 20 years. The last 10 years, you know, as we gotten older, our heart kind of changed. We started doing more volunteer work, community outreach, and that kind of led us to this business opportunity. And you know, we're going to talk a little bit about our grocery store, but really we're about community. And one of the things our partners look for in investors like ourselves is people that want to be involved in their communities. So we want to be active members, and we've already made a lot of relationships in Chatsworth thus far, a very welcoming community. But yeah, so a little bit about Grocery Outlet. So those of you who don't know Grocery Outlet, we actually go back 75 years on our partner side. They've managed to establish many relationships, name brands through 3 families. And so they were able to get really good deals negotiated through all these vendor relationships. And so we have a great reach on product selection, and we're able to pass on those savings to our customers. Name brands at 40 to 70% off conventional retail. What I tell people is we're kind of like those that haven't shopped our store. We're like a conventional, non-conventional grocery store, in the sense that you'll find everything you'll find at a traditional grocery store, with some deep discounts on some very unique items. Natural, organic, specialty, healthy. That's a category that's really doing well. That's growing for us. We find that a lot of Trader Joe type customers really love shopping our store. They find a lot of great finds at better pricing. We're kind of like a blend between a Trader Joe's and a Smart and Final, where you kind of get like that down to earth family feel with like wholesale pricing in a sense. That's a little bit about the store. But you know, one thing I want to get across, the aspect of community, we're really teaching our staff that it's really not about customer service. It's more about building relationships. So when you guys come in our store, you're definitely sure to get a smile. People that want to get to know you, they want to know your name. You know, we treat our customers like our neighbors. We opened March 25th. It's around the corner. Been busy lately. We actually just got our first grocery truck in today, so we're beginning to stock our shelves. We also have a ribbon cutting ceremony April 7th, and we're opening up with a big wine sale, 20% off all of our wine. Those of you that love wine, we have a great variety, great selection.
At really good prices.
At really good pricing. What else? I want to keep it short and sweet. I know the call's been lengthy, but definitely want to say hello. And I mean, just an example of partnership. We're partnering with Chatsworth High School on doing some awards for some of the students that are doing extremely well, like most improved student and their valedictorian. We partnered with About My Father's Business. They're a homeless outreach ministry. So definitely forming some relationships, and I'm sure, and maybe in the future, we can connect with all of you on things that you guys are doing in the community that maybe we could be a part of.
That's great. That's great. You know, one of my asks I have for you, and this is David Balin reaching out. Can you send us one of your flyers so we can put that in the newsletter as well?
Right.
Or coming up this weekend. So we'll throw that in there as well. I know Lori was about to say it, but
We'll definitely do that.
But I will take any questions from the community before I let you guys go and let my board take a break. Board,
Yeah,
do you have any
welcome
questions?
aboard. Welcome aboard.
Welcome.
We're excited to have you around.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, then on that note, I don't think we have any more questions from the community or the board members. We thank you and we wish you prosperity and a great relationship with the community. And we look forward to supporting you as well as you supporting the community.
All
On
right.
that note, if the board doesn't mind, I'll call for a break and then we'll come back in 5 minutes.
All right. Good night, guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
So let's come back in 6 minutes. We'll call it at 8:40. It's been a full meeting.
Yes.
All right, let's give everybody a quick break.
5-minute break. Oh, gosh. These people are like, everybody who speaks. Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear.
And one of the board members, I mean, she's like, you guys can't hear me. You can't hear. Me. It's like, we're
You're
looking
still,
right at you,
Francis,
Becky.
you're still,
It's
Francis,
like,
you're
yes, we
still
can
on.
hear you.
You're still on,
I don't know
Francis.
what is going on with at her house. It's
Just
funny.
mute everybody, David.
I cleaned up the house.
Thank you.
Got a kitchen rather. Hi, everyone.
Oh, hello. You know, oh, Lord, help me. Hmm.
I still don't know, geez.
All right, a couple more minutes. Jason, quick question for you. What happened there? Oh, Jason, do me a favor. Why are you? Jason, you can stop sharing. I have that. Jason, do you think we could, I think your two motions are probably going to be the biggest, well, your discussion is probably going to be the biggest. Do you think we can try and streamline it? It's possible?
Yeah, no problem. I'll go, I mean, I'm just gonna say like less than 2 minutes.
Okay, so let's let me see, got somebody, the attendee, has got their hand up. Let me just see.
It's Glenn.
I think we can go ahead and start. Let me see if Glenn has something he needs to. Glenn, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Yeah, thanks. Sorry, just I wanted, before you get started, it may have just been a different way of saying it, but I just want to make sure regarding the issue of quorum and recusals, your quorum is 6. So as long as you have a total of 6, which you did, 6 voting members, including ineligibles, then you're good to go. But just the way it was phrased, I just wanted to clarify, if you had one more recusal, you would not have had a sufficient number for the vote, actually for quorum. So then, I just want to make sure.
So I counted even though I was ineligible? That's interesting.
Yes, you do count. Yes, you count towards quorum for ineligible. Yes. Yeah. Yes. So again,
Thank you, Glenn.
Okay. Thank
you. All right. Thank you. Okay, so let's go ahead. Everybody mute yourselves. Jason, please take the floor. This is your item number 8.
Can you pull it up on the screen?
Yeah, I'm going to do that right this second.
Okay,
and
cool.
This is the stump. There you go. Go ahead, Jason. Please proceed.
Okay, so the stump removal issue in Porter Ranch has been around since I started on the board here at Porter Ranch Neighborhood Council, going back to Alex Kim, and I think Gabriel was on the committee with us back in those days. I mean, we've been talking about these stumps in Porter Ranch for a long time, and now it has come to be a good opportunity for the council to work on the stumps. As far as the city, when the trees get knocked over by the wind or removed on an emergency basis, we are left with stumps. So I went back and actually my numbers, I put in here a previous list of 40 stumps. It was actually a previous list of over 60 stumps. So I went and pulled up the list and looked at it, and I tried to break it down for the board so they understand where these stumps are located. I got Reseda, there's about 10, about 5 on Tampa, 5 on Rinaldi, There's about 26 on Wilbur, and those are smaller because the trees are not as large as the ones on Rinaldi and Tampa. And then Cessnon, there's 15 approximately. So basically, these have all been entered into 311. We were working with the councilman's office, and actually I have the permit to remove them here from 2017. So we worked with the council office to get the permit to remove it, but there was no funding. And there continues to be a lack of funding for stump removal. And so I think this is a great opportunity to utilize our budget to get those sites prepared for future plantings and to maintain the public right of way. So this motion, I contacted Urban Forestry Department, and they gave a very reasonable quote for $4,700 for 3 days of stump removals. And they're estimating between 10 to 12 removals per day. But I believe that we can get more than that done because a lot of our stumps have been around for a long time. They've probably decomposed a lot naturally. And some of them are not very big, like the ones on Wilbur, for example, and the ones on Cessnon. And there's not too many really large pine tree stumps. Those will take longer, but the benefit of working with urban forestry is that they are the city, and they ultimately will do the project, get the permits, and rather than, there's a lot of underground infrastructure, so I'm a little bit hesitant to bring in an outside company to do this type of removal because of the potential for damaging infrastructure and things like that. So basically the idea is to allocate the budget, approve the project up to 4,700, and then I will go back and review all these 60 plus 311 requests, 3 pages of 311 request numbers. I've already inputted all these into the system back in 2017. So the idea is to get an updated list and some photos and kind of a game plan. But I feel like if we can get 3 days of stump removals with the city, then we can probably knock out just about all of these stumps and get these sites prepared. Hopefully someday, maybe I won't be around, but someday, hopefully we can get trees planted. And just on the tree planting note, and I did bring it up with the mayor's office, we did look into tree planting, and the problem continues to be watering. And so the trees that we got planted are watered by the city. But if we are to go ahead and do it ourselves, we have to hire outside company to do the watering. And the estimate was about $2,300 just for one tree. That's one tree. So let's say we spend $5,000 or just under $5,000 or this amount. We would get 2 trees. That's it. So I think the goal is to partner with the city, and down the road, we will continue to push for them to plant. But I think this is a partnership. And if we can, put our skin in the game and allocate our funding towards, these tree wells, which are, badly neglected. We got all these stumps here. I think we will really be a leader in the city, because it's not just here in Porter Ranch. You drive throughout the valley and you'll see, Northridge West, Granada Hills, you'll see big stumps just sitting there, because when the emergency happens and the tree falls, they cut it and they leave the stump. It's not a priority right now for urban forestry because they just don't have the money. So, urban forestry definitely would appreciate us, helping to them to meet the needs of the city. And I think that's where neighborhood councils come in, is where we can help to, get things done now rather than who knows when. So that's my presentation. I see Hassan. I think Hassan was first.
One
right?
second, Jason. Let me
Oh, go
take
ahead.
care of it. Thank you. Hassan, unmute yourself, please.
Thank you, Jason. So in principle, it sounds like a very good idea. I do agree. The stumps really don't look good all over. So cosmetically, if they're not there, if they're removed, the community is going to look a lot better. Simple question. Once the stump comes out, some of the trees might be having, a lot of roots. So as they pull it out, are they gonna leave a hole? They're gonna fill it up? What exactly happens to the remaining?
It's not pulled out, it's a grinder. So a grinder has a big wheel. I mean, the wheel is much bigger. It's like this big, but it comes out and it chips it up. So what's left. So have you driven by like Tampa where the lake is, on Tampa by the country club? Have you seen all the removals that they've done along Tampa? We had 9 trees removed, and what's left is basically wood chips at the ground level.
Yeah, so that's what I was wondering. That's how it's gonna look like after everything is done.
Yeah, basically like when the urban forestry department removed those 9 trees on Tampa. If you've seen, have you driven down Tampa and seen what's left over on both the HOA side and also on the country club side?
Yes, I've seen those. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Right. So the reason I was asking is that if they're just grounded pretty much right below the surface, then the root is still.
No, it's not. No, they are required to go at least 10 inches down.
No, I understand. So it's not necessarily ready for potential replanting with another tree. That's what I'm trying to say.
Well,
it'll be a while before that happens.
When you have, actually, remember when we removed, I don't know if you're on the board when we did this, but we removed the 22 trees. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
And they ground out all those stumps. Yeah, so a lot of those locations a couple years later have new trees in them. When did we do that project? 2018 or something? A lot of those.
We've gone out there, Jason and I, and help the little guys that had fallen or needed a little prepping back up.
It takes a little bit of time, maybe a year or two, but that's the whole point. If you have a stump sitting there, it'll take 10 years or 20 years. But if you grind out that stump, then the natural decomposition of the soil can occur where the dirt and the microorganisms can break down those wood particles. And then when you replant trees, they take out some of those wood chips and they're going to add mulch and they're going to dig down. But, they do have to get down, 8 to 10 to 12 inches down on those stumps. Yeah, I mean, Assad knows, he's familiar. When they grind those stumps, they're going to go down as far as that wheel. It's a big blade like this. So they're going to get that wheel down into the ground as far as it can go and grind out as best as it can. You're not going to get every root that's going sideways and this and that. But what happens is your natural organisms, your termites and other organisms and your fungi will break down the wood very rapidly.
Got it. Thank you. Yeah, that's great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Assad? Nope.
Yeah, it's a quick question, Jason. So the 4,700, do we have an attachment to the letter to show the 4,700 invoice or something? No, just so that
David on the email. So basically, I've reached out to Ron Tull. Ron Tull is the superintendent at the Urban Forestry Department, and we asked him for how much it would cost to address 40, 50 stumps in Porter Ranch. He recommended 3 days, and he gave us a cost estimate of $4,700. And so I have it in my email. And
no, the reason I ask you is it's sufficient for us with the city and to be funded. And I assume they're going to accept a check from you rather than the usual motion to transfer from one fund to the other that we usually do it with Streets LA.
Well, that's what this would be. So I'll have to work out, basically the board approves the allocation of the funding, and then we'll have to work out the transfer to Urban Forestry Department, how that will work. I don't know that it'll be a check or not, but the idea is to approve the funding, and I have an email from Ron Tull, who is the superintendent number 2 in Urban Forestry Department, and who I've been corresponding with.
Excellent.
So, you know, I'm
Makes
happy
sense.
to provide those emails if anything.
No, just so that this way, if the public asks or something, we have sort of.
Yeah, I have them.
Yeah.
They're
Thank
in
you.
my email. Okay.
On that note, I don't think we have any more questions. Oh, but no, Becky had her hand up. Becky, please.
Jason, I know like there are pine trees and bottle brush trees, a lot of bottle brush trees on
Wilbur.
Wilbur.
Crepe myrtle.
Pardon me?
Well, yeah, Wilbur has like on the lower part, the bottle brush, and then as you go further north, but most of the stumps are actually the bottle brush. There is one big stump from the dead one on Wilbur, which is close to Porter Valley Drive. It was one of the ones that the city removed from us. We wrote that letter and they removed all those trees from us, but they didn't grind the stump. So now this is kind of the partnership, like where we can go in now, remove the stump. You know, the goal is to just get rid of all these stumps, you know.
No, but Jason, this is my question.
Yes.
They're going to work for 3 days for $4,700, right? And what's an estimate of the number of trees they may take out or grind down, or do we have an idea?
Can you share the letter? It's 10. They gave me a 10 to 12 in the motion. I wrote it here. It's a very last part of it.
I didn't see it. I was
the final count. I said the final count will likely be around 40 to 50. We do actually have about 60. I'm hoping that they'll be able to do a lot more than 10 to 12. I think when they figured 10 to 12, they're talking about some real big stumps, but actually a lot of them are smaller.
Right.
Those bottle brush are not that big. I think we can do a lot more than that. I'm hoping to, in 3 days, knock all of them out.
Okay.
Every single one. That's the goal.
You know, Jason, just a thought on this. If we do this project, I think it's imperative that I remember Gabriel had mentioned that we need some new signs. So I think before we, I think we need the signs to let the community know that this is work being done. Miran, go ahead and lower your hand. Go ahead. Question?
Yeah, question. Thank you, Jason, for bringing this up. Maybe what you can do, because this is a very deep and comprehensive and a very detailed project. Can you hear me now?
We were hearing you. Go ahead.
Yeah. Maybe you can do a comprehensive email to all of us, just so everyone could understand the steps and what we are going to work together. And if we need to do another discussion or that, but it's a good project.
Well, the idea and what I wrote here in the motion is that if this motion is approved, an updated list would be prepared, which I already have. I have it right here. It's 3 pages worth of 60 plus stumps that I entered back in 2017. But I need to go back and re-verify everything. And so I make a commitment to come back to the board with a comprehensive list and a route. So you're going to give them a route. So for example, they're going to start on Rinaldi and they're going to maybe go up Wilbur, or, all this has to be hashed out. But before I do all this work, I want to make sure that we're all on board in doing this project. I want to do this project, but I don't want to, invest. I've already invested a lot of time. See these 3 pages? You know how long it took me to put in 66 stump removal requests back in 2017?
Right.
A long time. And it hasn't gotten done. And we were promised, and it didn't happen. So now, we got to step up.
Jason, let's get a couple more questions. We got to move on. It's taking way too long. Let's move on.
Ready.
Mike, go ahead, Mike, with your question.
Jason, I don't know if you know or not, but let me ask you. Granada Hills South did this as well a few years ago. We worked on 12 trees, and we actually got the people who did the work to purchase the banner that said courtesy of Granada Hills South. I urge you to try and do the same thing.
Thank you.
It made a big effort in the community.
Thank you. John?
Hi, this is Michelle, his wife.
Oh, hey, Michelle.
I'm Michelle Hales. We have experience with removing trees from our yard. We had ash tree, the trunk is medium size, just to remove one, and we had one company remove the tree, and we had to have a separate company. The company's name, he's moved to Utah now, but he was called Stumper Bill. He was out of Burbank, and it took hours, even with a grinder and everything, to remove one medium-sized stump. So it's a big, it takes many hours to remove a stump. And it had deep roots, and we still have the roots from both trees still showing they could get out as much. That's my input. I just wanted to, I don't know how it's gonna be a lot of people, a lot of workers doing this. I just wanted to give my input on it.
Thank you.
Okay.
So Jason, we don't have any more questions. Do you have a motion to bring to the board?
I have just a follow-up. So Jason, I think, for us to continue on this letter, we should have the 60, the attachments.
Not a letter. It's not a letter.
I mean, the motion. Okay, the motion you have should have at least the attachments of what you have, the locations and all that. I mean, I can
went
find
through
them.
all the locations. I went through the locations. So the locations, we have 15 stumps on Cessna. If you drive through the community, then you are familiar with all these stumps. If you look in the community, so on Cessna, there's approximately 15 stumps, and those are mostly crepe myrtle trees east of, Assad. With all due respect, I cannot. Do you want me to do all the work before it's approved?
I know.
I have it right here.
I know where they are.
Look, see it right here? It's right here.
Yes. The question is not, I'm not questioning you. For transparency, stakeholders. This is the
other one here. We have an, and I've compilated how many we have on each street. So we have 26 of them on Wilbur. So I have to go and do an exact count, and I have to actually flag the stumps, but it's not fair to you want me to do all that before?
No, Jason, don't misunderstand me. Just relax. All it is, you and I know what it is, where it is. I know exactly what you're talking about. But let's say a few years from now, somebody looks at our minutes and at the motion, and they start going, well, where is the list? Where is the service numbers?
There's no list. There's no list yet. Okay, we're approving funding, okay, to do stump removal in Porter Ranch, okay? So the list is not yet determined. This is an old list from 2017 that we worked on with the beautification committee. So I don't see why you are asking me for a list now. This is 3 days of work. So this motion is to allocate funding for 3 days of work with the final list to be presented. I put it in the motion, okay? If you pull up the motion, David.
I have it in front of me.
Yeah, so go to the last paragraph. Read the last paragraph.
Yes, so Jason, let me stop both of you, because now you're both being redundant.
Yeah, I know.
Can I have your motion? Jason, can I have your motion, please?
Okay. Motion to approve up to 4,700 to the City Urban Forestry Department Division for removal of stumps within Porter Ranch for community improvement project.
Thank you. Can I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Becky. Becky, second it. I'd like to call the vote.
David, I have a comment.
Can you wait till after the vote, please?
Well, it's regarding the motion. It should say for that amount of money, at least how many stumps are going to be removed. I did not hear that.
There's no way to know how many stumps are, you're trying to predict the future. How it's 3 days
I'm
of
asking
work.
what you saw on your email, the estimate. Can you put as part?
Yes, one moment.
The 3 days of work for urban forestry crew. It's 3 days of work for the urban forestry crew. How many stumps somebody can remove in one day is
I don't know,
unknown.
Jason, what I'm asking is that if I'm gonna authorize, give my vote of yes for $4,700 or whatever, I wanna know how many stumps they're gonna remove.
Well, how would you know how many stumps are going to be removed if you don't
You are
know?
the project manager. You have to tell me what communication you have had. If they show up and they remove two,
okay, pull up the.
That is not worthwhile spending money, taxpayers' money here.
Is the motion up there? Because I wrote it in there what they told
Yes,
me.
it's here. It says.
Can you scroll down to the last paragraph?
We did. It's up. Is it not sharing?
I was told by Urban Forestry Department that they can remove between 10 to 12 stumps per day.
So that's the answer.
Okay. And you know, who knows? Is a stump like 3 feet wide, or is it 2 feet wide, or is it a foot wide? You know, and which stumps are you talking about? You know, this is like the project is in development. It's getting the funding approved. You know, and after the project gets completed.
If I could, please, all I'm asking, I don't want to take everybody's time, you know, it's getting late. All I'm asking is read the motion again and put a minimum number or, you know.
There's no minimum number. It's the last sentence right there. The final count will likely be 40 to 50 stumps, and the UFT approximates 10 to 12 removals per day. That's what they experienced in there. And if you're asking me to predict the future, I can't. I don't know how many they're going to
predict. All I said was the motion that you made verbally did not include anything regarding the number of stumps.
Because we don't know how many. Maybe how would I know, Hassan? Be reasonable with me here. How would I know how many if we haven't done the project yet? How am I supposed to know? And we don't know. How am I supposed to know? You know, if it's degraded, many of those stumps may already have been degraded. Let's take a look at this.
With the
it doesn't make sense what you're asking, Hassan. I'm sorry, but
maybe you should table it, Jason.
Jason, is there a way?
We're in the middle of a vote, guys. I'm sorry, but you know, we have a motion and a second on the floor, and we're about to call the vote. So
that's what I was trying to explain to everybody before this continued. So on that note, you know what? Let's call the vote, and we will.
Okay. David Lasher is absent. Brandy Grace?
She can't vote.
Oh yeah, right, sorry. Becky Levesque? Excuse me. Can't hear you.
She's unmuting herself, but she said yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Hassan Mamari?
Yeses.
Hassan?
No.
Moran?
Moran,
unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes, once you unmute yourself.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
We can hear you.
What is your vote?
Yes. What is your vote?
What is your vote?
Yes or no?
We can hear you, Mehran. What's your vote?
Okay, everybody. We'll come back to Mehran. He'll figure it out.
Jason?
Lori? Okay, go ahead.
Yes.
Gabriel?
Gabriel, you need to unmute yourself.
Yes.
Assad?
No.
Myself, I'm not sure. I think I'm gonna abstain. David Balin?
Yes.
And that's
Iran.
Moran, one more time? Yes or no?
Okay.
Moran?
He's not
Mehran.
available.
Huh?
Moran, can you hear me?
Sure, yes.
Okay, yes is your answer?
Yeah.
Okay, yes.
Is that your vote?
Is that your vote?
Are you voting yes?
Ay, ay, ay. Miran, why don't you just call in this evening?
Okay, I will.
We hear you.
We can hear you. Is yes your vote?
He's calling.
Let me work on my.
We need his vote.
I know we do.
Jeez.
How did Assad vote?
No.
No.
So I
Thank
voted
you.
no. Miran,
Becky, I'm sorry, what did you vote?
she voted yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
I voted yes, Lori.
Okay, thank you.
Looks like the motion's already passed. We have 4 yeses.
Okay, and for Miran, we're gonna put a,
No.
Where is Mehran? He's calling. I don't know what he's calling.
When he gets back on, I think we can get his vote.
okay. Other than that, the vote passes at this time. Let's move on. Jason, can you on your next one, if not, let's table this. Item number 9, because they're dragging out longer than they really need to. Do you want to do your?
This is
motion
already
for-
a second time on this letter, so I don't know. The only correction I had was from Brandy with respect to removing. Can you pull up the letter?
Yep.
You guys, I'm sorry, but Brandy's still on. I don't know if we have enough to pass it, and we need them to vote.
Yeah.
Are you sure we have enough to pass it?
If Miran says no, it'll be 4-4, won't it?
Yeah.
No, it'll be 3 to 4.
Well, whatever. Brandy, did you vote? I'm sorry, but I think we're all a little confused about who voted on what. Could you repeat it, Lori?
Can you repeat, Francis? Can you repeat the
I
vote?
will, I'll do it alphabetically. Assad, no. David Balin, yes. Lori abstained. Brandy ineligible. Mark resigned. Jason, yes. Mayron, I could put as absent. Gabriel, yes. David absent. Becky, yes. Hassan, no. So even without Mayron's vote, you have 4 yeses and 3 noes.
No, because
Miran?
the abstention
2
counts
noes.
as a no.
It's
Miran's-
2 no's, not 3. 2 no's.
No,
Miran's
that's what I
texting
said,
me. I
2
don't know.
noes.
And
And
an
it's-
abstain.
Oh, and FYI, the minutes are gonna say the number of tree stumps.
Thank you, Francis.
We changed the bylaws and abstention counts as a no. That would be
Right.
4-4.
Oh. I count an abstention as a stemmer.
So
Yeah,
it's 4 to
it counts as
3.
no.
So
Well,
we need
I'm
Mehran.
I'm texting Miran to find out
It
what he's
doesn't-
doing.
Well,
He's saying his internet is down. He's gonna call in.
Oh, he's not calling.
whether
in.
it's 4 to 3 or it's 4 to 2, the motion
If
carries.
it's 4-3 and then Miran shows up and says no, that's 4-4.
No, I'm not counting Miran. He hasn't voted yet.
Okay, let's
I
hold
know.
off. Let's hold off, everybody. Please mute yourself. Miran, are you going to come back to the meeting? We need your vote. We need your vote. And we need it now.
Or we call him absent.
Hurry up.
Put him on speaker, let him vote.
Miran, are you still there? Miran? Okay, I'm putting you on speaker. So what is, once again, this, let me just, why did he hang up? Miran? Miran? Yeah. It's like pulling teeth.
I think it sounds like he doesn't want to vote.
I guess not.
So at that point, it would be an abstainment, wouldn't it?
Absent.
Absent, yeah.
Yeah, he's
Be
not here.
Absent.
Yeah, but he was here when we were voting.
Yeah,
Does that count?
yeah. And he raised objections a lot.
And now he's not answering his phone.
Oh,
Huh.
Well, if he's trying to get on Zoom, he might.
yeah,
be-
he's trying to get on Zoom.
Is there a way that we could table it and move on?
It's not tabled. It's already voted on. It's
No,
just,
no. I mean, just wait, go to the next
wait,
thing on
yeah,
the
wait.
agenda.
He can vote later if he wants to
That's
vote
what I'm
later.
saying.
Oh, here's Mehran. Mehran, hold on. Let me put you on speakerphone. Hold on.
That's it?
Yeah, hold on.
Oh, we can hear him.
I rather abstained.
Oh, he abstained.
Okay, they heard you. Abstain?
Yes, I rather abstained.
Okay.
Okay, Mehran. I'll put you so that you can listen. All right, so he abstains.
So then that means then there's no, it doesn't pass.
Doesn't pass.
Okay, let's move on. Item number 9, Jason, please.
Wait, a tie doesn't pass?
Nope.
Okay.
Tie doesn't go to the winner on that. All right. Item number 9 says Beautification Committee, discuss possible action to send a letter to Michael Scholl, General Manager, Department of Recreation and Parks for the City of Los Angeles, request for Limekill Park improvements, which David Lasher had issues with, and he's not here. So on that note, let me go ahead and pull this up, Jason, and go ahead, please.
Yeah. So basically, this is the same thing we talked about last time. I removed the information about Prop K, and it's just Quimby funds are available for this type of project, hopefully, and the
Yes.
Wrexham, yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Let's.
So the idea is that we would ask Wrexham Parks to look into installing proper exercise equipment into the park, similar to the equipment that we have in Holly Burnson Park. So you have the wrong one up here, I think.
I don't. That's the correct one. Can you? We've already gone through this, so can you just do your motion, Jason?
Oh,
we've done this. You've
I'll
made
make
the
the
changes.
Yeah, the changes have been made. The motion is to send a letter to Michael Shull, General Manager, Department of Rec and Parks, City of Los Angeles, requesting for Limekill Canyon Park improvements.
Can I get a second, please?
I second.
Thank you. Can we get a call to vote?
We have to have discussion first.
That's correct. Becky?
No,
you
I
have
don't have
something?
anything to say.
I have the same remark. The signatures are flipped.
We can take care of that. That's fine before that's gone.
Yes.
Okay.
Any other remarks?
Actually, I do. What happened to taking all the graffiti off the tabletops down there?
I forwarded on an unrelated issue. Thank you to Sherry for sending that. I forwarded to Brian, who is the new manager of Rex and Parks West Valley Division. He went down to the park himself, and I'm waiting to hear back. Hopefully, it will all be removed, but it has been submitted to Rex and Parks.
Okay, board. Let's seriously, let's stay focused
We gotta stay
on
on
the
topic.
motion that's on hand. Please, I don't understand why let's stay focused, please. We have a second on it. Do we have any more comments or questions regarding this agenda of this motion? Wow. Board, let's call the vote, please.
David Lash is absent. Brandy Grace ineligible. Becky?
No.
Hassan?
Yes.
Moran?
What is the motion about?
The letter for the Lime Clinton.
Yes, that letter is okay. No problem.
Mehran is yes.
Okay. Jason?
Yes.
And Gabriel?
Yes.
Assad?
Yes.
Myself is yes. And David Balin?
Yes.
And by the way, Brandy could vote on this one. It's non.
I was just gonna say, yeah.
Oh, Brandy, did you want to vote on this, please?
I'm gonna abstain.
Abstain? Okay. I believe the motion passes with 5 yeses. I'm sorry, 6.
How did Mayron vote?
Yes.
He voted yes. Mehran voted yes.
I have 7 yeses.
Hold on, did I miss somebody?
7 yeses, 1 abstain.
1 no.
1 no, right.
That's correct from Becky.
Yes, 7 yeses, sorry.
Oh, good.
On that note. Okie dokie. Lori, can you give us an item number 10? Can you give us a election update, quick election for our 9 candidates 5 at-large seats, and I'm not really sure if we have any of our candidates visiting us this evening. They were all invited. So I'm not really sure.
Have only Sherry.
That's correct.
the president.
That's correct. One moment. Sherry has her
Sherry is
hand up.
here, that's correct. Okay, so what we've decided to do is hold a candidate forum on April 10th, which was part of the discussion on our last meeting. The specific time has yet to be decided, but we will come up with that in the next couple of weeks. And we've decided to do a mailer in the next 2 weeks. We're developing a mailer that will explain to folks how to vote, and it'll list everyone's picture and their statement of that they have provided to the city clerk's office. And it will be similar to what Northridge West has provided. We're getting quotes for that and the costs for that now. And then we've also decided to do a voter one call of using all of the contacts that we do have in our disposal, the ones that people have posted to our or requested our email blasts and so forth. If they've provided us our phone number, we have that list. And then we may have other lists from candidates in the past of voter registration. If we can maybe put out a feeler again, get more people to register, we can get more phone numbers that way. But that cost is minimal, and everything that we've discussed just now should fall within the budget that we've already approved in prior meetings.
So just for added value, I can tell you that we will be sending it out to just over 8,000 residents here in the 91326. I think it was 8,087 or 8,089. So that it'll go out to all the residents, but I think it's also going to go out to the businesses as well. Is that correct, Lori?
Yes, that's about what I had written down. Right. That was in my notes. Thank you.
All right. And we have one hand up, and that's Sherry Darahanian. Sherry, go ahead and unmute you.
Thank you. Great job, Lori. I just wanted to know, are you guys going to have a candidate forum for the candidates at PRNC?
Yeah, that's what I was mentioned. That was April 10th, which is a Saturday.
I'm sorry, I might have missed that. April 10th. Okay, thank you very much.
The direct specific time we haven't finalized yet.
Okay, I'll pencil it in. Thank you.
Well, we do expect to have, well, real quick, we do expect to have an election committee meeting formal coming up in the next week or two, and then we can put that on the agenda to determine.
Great, thank you.
And just Sherry, while you're penciling it in, we're looking, I think we're teetering between 10 and 11 o'clock on that April 10th. So on that note, I think we're caught up. Do we have any comments or questions for Lori, myself, or Jason?
Yeah, there's 2 hands up.
Yep. Becky, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay. Are you going to send the flyer out before the closure? I know it's April 10th, but are you going to send the flyer out before the closure of registering to vote?
Yeah, we're trying.
Yeah, sorry, we're planning.
And what about putting it in like a Valley Voice or one of the local newspapers?
We keep missing that deadline.
That would go out to a lot of people.
We could still do that. I think that we've determined the cost on that was about $800. The problem is their deadline keeps moving. So we can look back into that and discuss it again at our next election meeting.
I think you have a couple weeks. I mean, okay, thanks.
Glenn Bailey, unmute yourself, please.
Glenn Bailey, just want to suggest for your mailing to include the ballot drop box at the Porter Ranch Library and the hours.
Yeah, they don't have voter information on how to vote.
Okay, and also because voters can vote at any of the Region 2 boxes, I did want to let you know that the one that's being shared between Northridge West and Northridge East is at Northridge Park. However, please don't use the address provided by City Clerk because it's the box is located next to the swimming pool. So that address is different than what they're saying it is.
Got it.
Just in case we're going to be putting Porter Ranch as well as the Mid-Valley Library out. So we're putting all the locations for the Region 2.
Okay.
Just FYI, thanks.
Thank you, Glenn. Gabriel, unmute yourself.
Yeah, my suggestion for time would be the later the better. 11 o'clock is better than 10. I think 10 o'clock is extremely early.
I know why.
I knew you were going to laugh, David.
Okay, for Gabriel, we'll move it to 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Excellent. That'll be great.
I love it. We'll do our best. Perfect. Becky.
No, I'm good.
Okay,
it's
you had your hand up.
Yeah, it's my turn.
I didn't see you there. Go ahead, Brandy. Thank you.
It's okay. I know you just joked about it, but I'm actually honestly requesting 3 p.m. because I teach on Saturdays from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. So if it's 10 or 11, I won't be able to make it.
Okay, good to know.
No, that's a good point. Interesting. Is there a better day besides a Saturday that you think, while we have candidates here, we can always have that quick discussion. Do you think, is there a better day?
Get Sherry's opinion?
I'm here to serve 24/7. Pick a date, pick a time.
Sherry, unmute yourself, please.
Thank you. Yes, I'm not sure how many of the candidates have school-age children and work full-time, but I imagine at least more than 50%. My finding is that having anything on a Saturday or Sunday for working moms and working dads works better. It's not like kids are going to sports or to the park, for their some baseball leagues or something. So I'm okay with 11, I'm okay with 3, and I'm sure some of the other candidates probably think any time on Saturday would be good. And since they're not here, I'll say 3 o'clock is just fine with me. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Very much. Okay, on that note, I think we're good on the updates. I think 3 o'clock would work excellent for Gabriel. All right, then let's move. Thank you for the input. On that note, you know what? Let's move on. We're going to move all the way down to item number 13, and this is extremely important. So I did have a meeting with John Love, and John has allowed us to utilize his property and put a new box, excuse me one second, let me pull this up here, a new message box, so we would have our very own and we wouldn't have to share it, since we were already told we can't share it any longer with Excel management. So on that note, we do need a new box. We do have a place to put it. The one thing that John did ask was that he wants them to mirror. So we have to get the exact same box, exact same size. I would prefer to have a bigger one, but unfortunately we have to abide by what he's offering to us. I was able to reach out to Beacon Athletics. I got the exact same box. As you'll see, the total cost on the box is, let me just shrink this up here. Can't see that here for right this second. Can anybody see what it's just under 500. I think it was 487 or whatever. So that's my motion, is to purchase a new box for the PRCS to be able to place our agenda items in there for the public. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
I have a question.
Yes, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Becky, go ahead.
Where are you going to put the boxes? Where our old box is?
That's correct.
Oh, it's the same location. We're just going to have our own box.
It's the exact same location. What happened was Excel management first was going to share the box. If you remember a month and a half, 2 months back, they were going to share it. We approved the cost, but then literally the following day they said, you know what? The board discussed it. We really don't want to share our box with you. We want you to get your own. So then I had to go down the road with John Love. He approved it, and we will be able to keep our box there forever until it blows away in the wind. Gabriel, do you have a question?
Yeah, I love the idea of the box, obviously. I wish there was a way to place the box somewhere that has more visibility. I don't think anybody stops at that location to read anything in that box. I know it's a little too late right now. I don't know if we can change it. I don't know if John Love will allow us to put maybe a box in the new shopping center, but definitely I love the idea of having our own box.
So one of the things that we are working on that hasn't come to fruition yet is when they do open up the center, the community center, there may be a box there that we would be able to utilize as well. But we still need to have a box to put it in, and changing the address and everything with the city is a, as you know, is a headache. So sometimes it's better to not recreate the wheel and just move forward so we can have a place to put up our stuff, but we can put it everywhere else. So one of the things that we've done is we have a box that's connected to one of the poles that we had, that people can get. They can just go by and pull the flyer right out of the box, out of a flyer box. And we can put those up at the park as well. When you're walking into the park, we can put those there as well. So there's a lot of things we can do. But then the question is, when I go out, when I post the meetings, I post 3 different places. I post Starbucks, on the pole, and then at the box. So we have 3 places that we're posting right now.
Right, with the box being the official one.
Correct. So on that note, we have the motion. Do we have a second for the motion? We had the second for the
second.
motion. Yes, I think Gabriel already seconded. Can we get a vote? Call the vote?
Okay, David Lasher's absent, Brandy Grace and
Oh, I'm sorry, Jason has a hand up.
Oh.
Go ahead, Jason.
Yeah, I just, want us to stay on topic. We're only talking about one box here, and we're not talking about future boxes, but we should put on the agenda to discuss that topic in the future. That's all I want to say.
Okay.
Thank you.
Brandy Grace and eligible. Becky Levette?
Yes.
Hassan? Hassan Mamarian?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Moran, is he still around?
Mehran.
Yes.
Yes. Jason?
Yes.
Gabriel?
Yes.
Assad?
Yes.
Myself, yes. And David Balin?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes with everyone.
Thank you. While we're talking about approving things, I'm skipping around. I'll hold off 1 second, Assad.
No, David, what I was going to recommend, if it's okay with the board, item 14, we move it to next month. I
Very
know
good.
it's an urgent item, but it's not only that area, it has a lot of area, and this way I can better coordinate with Colin and Matt Hernandez so that they are involved in the discussion. So maybe if it's okay with the board, we have it next month, item 14.
You're tabling
Okay,
it?
well, if you
That's
want
a
to
good
table,
idea.
but we're good on time. We're only at 9:30, so it's up to you. You want to table it?
I prefer table so that we
Okay.
have adequate discussion, and I know it's an urgent matter for the community, but to give it the magnitude it deserves.
Assad, I had asked that this, I had brought this issue to your attention because it's under your domain. And David is telling us we have time. So why can't we just continue through the agenda as usual?
I agree. So I think it's a very important item. So, but what I want to do is I want to hold off 1 second.
I mean, Jason, this is a safety issue. I'd rather discuss it myself with Colin and Eric Moody rather than getting a third-hand message.
Well, think about the stakeholders and the
Yes.
concern that the stakeholders are having, and put our own concerns behind them, and think about what the community would like. So this was
Colin
brought to
has
me
his
by
hand is up.
this was brought to me by a stakeholder from the community, and I brought it to you, and I asked it to be put on the agenda. And
Thank you, Jason. Colin, unmute yourself.
Go ahead, Colin, please.
Yeah, I just want to let you guys know I'm still here. We can talk about this if you want to. It's up to you guys.
Very good. Then I'm going to keep this on the agenda, and thank you for staying with us, Colin. I greatly appreciate it. But I am gonna move to 15 quickly because it's a quick item, and then I will come right back to item 14. So, Lori, do you want to go ahead and take care of 15 really quick, and I'll give an update with you on this because I do have the prices for these items.
So this was discussion and possible action to purchase 1 new key for the United States Postal Service mailbox that we have, and a new lock and key set for our storage unit. As I believe a key for each item has been missing. So we need to have 3 keys so that we can all each have a key. And that's what that's about. What were the costs, David?
Okay, so here's the one thing is that the key, okay, because I was told, Jason had told me that the key was going to be only $3 for the UPS key, but it's not. It's $14 from the USPS, so that was that. And then I think Jason was teetering on getting a new lock and key set.
Can I just speak for myself? On the storage, I checked with the storage unit and it's $13.13 to rekey the storage lock set because we used to have 3 keys and now we only have 2. That's with respect to the storage. I didn't handle anything with respect to the post office box.
Right. So I guess the question is, and would be, you know, maybe Susan had took a key to Hawaii with her.
No, Susan Gay, I have Susan's key.
Okay, so who else was a key holder?
Okay, there was only 2 keys. There are only 2 keys for each one. I have both keys right now. Does anybody have a key for the post office, or does anybody have a key for the storage?
I have Susan's key.
If you have Susan's key, then we're good on storage. I have to
Storage
give
is
my
done.
key to whoever it needs to go to.
Oh, to be clear, Gabriel, you have 2 keys for the storage right now?
I have 1 key for the storage, and I have 1 key for the mailbox.
Well, then if we do the rekey, then we would have 3. So that would allow, because we really need 3.
There's no need for 3 keys. We have 2 keys for the storage. That's taken care of. The lock is good. It's a good
And
lock.
if I remember, it came with 2 keys, if I remember correctly, when we got the storage.
I was told it had 3 at the beginning, so I'm confused. Okay.
Now, when they sell the lock sets, they come with 3. So
interesting.
It's for $13, and I think it's good to have 3 because, you know, Gabriel, you need 1 to get the signs. You know, Lori is outreach when we start doing events. You know, when I had 1 from doing beautification projects, a lot of our tools and stuff are in there. So 3 keys is better than 2, and it's only $13. So, you know, $13.13.
So, okay, so let's hold off a second. So at this time, we will have to,
Then we have to have taxes too, right? So I would say, could we amend it to $30, up to $30?
No, you can't amend it up.
You can't amend it up. You can only amend down. So what we're gonna have to do is decide if we want, which is gonna be most, you know,
Well,
do we want to keep for the mailbox, or do we want to hold off and then just re-agendize the key for the storage unit?
Yeah, I would just do the storage unit and then agendize or Gabriel, you're the one handling the, or now it's Lori. Is there any, pick one or the other, it doesn't matter. I mean, either
I
way.
say let's do the mailbox, the fact that we only have 1 key, which is in my hand.
Okay.
All right. So I'll make a motion to amend the, as it reads on the agenda to.
Jason, hold off. It's not your motion. Lori, may I have your motion, please?
Discussion and possible action where the motion is to purchase 1 new key for the USPS mailbox with a cost not to exceed 15, or let's just say $20 even.
The motion is for up to no more than up to $25. Can I get a second on that?
I'll second that.
Thank you. Can we get a call to vote, please?
Is it 20 or 25? I need to have.
It's 25. If you
25,
guys,
we'll leave it as is.
pull your
All right.
agenda that I send to you,
Well, Lori said 20, that's why.
I thought we were amending it, that's why.
you can't amend it. We're good.
Well, you
So
said we could amend it down. That's why I was amending it
But it requires a motion to amend.
we'll just leave it as it is at
It is
25.
amended already.
That's the amendment, no, we were amending it. So anyway, question, so leave it at 25, this makes it easier, okay? So we're calling the vote. David Lausd is absent, Brandy Grace ineligible, Becky Levesque? Becky?
You're
You're on mute.
muted, Becky.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hassan Mariam,
Yes.
Marine?
Yes.
Yes. Jason,
Yes.
Gabriel,
Yes.
Assad,
Yes.
myself, yes, and David Balin.
Yes, thank you. Let's back up to item number 14. And then I'll re-agendize that
What is Brandy's vote?
She's ineligible.
Got it.
funding. All right.
Can we ask why she's ineligible?
A financial,
The training.
financial committee, you know, what do you call it? The financial paperwork she hasn't finished or hasn't gone through.
Yeah, it hasn't gone
In
through.
September?
Yeah, it's a long story. I'll tell you about it when they give me all the information.
On that note, Assad, unmute yourself and please, let's start the discussion and have Colin, we'll get Colin to come in. Traffic and Safety Committee, discussion and possible action to address the increased parked RV campers in the vicinity of Tampa Avenue and Braemore Road and other Porter Ranch residential streets.
Right, well, okay, like you said it, this is a safety issue. And before I even get to this item, you know, I would like the board members to respect each committee. Jason, I kindly ask you not to interfere with safety issues anymore. Do not make calls on behalf of the board to any officials in regards on safety. There is Gabriel, myself, and
Point
David.
of order, point of order. Assad,
Assad, please move on with your item.
no.
Okay.
Jason, point of order, please.
I have to respond because I
Not
reached
yet.
out to him directly and I followed the
Jason?
protocol. So I
Jason?
don't understand why
There's an item number,
about it.
Jason, there's an item number 14. Assad,
Okay.
please discuss your item.
Right. I mean, I wanted to have it, you know, moved for next month, but it's okay. This is an issue all over Porter Ranch. We have RV campers. It started with Rinaldi. We reached out to CD12 and we thank Councilman Lee's staff for getting the stop signs and getting the no parking signs, and for Captain Burns for the enforcement along Rinaldi. So once CD12 and LAPD enforced on Rinaldi, of course, these RVs started going everywhere. So the next place went to Tampa. Jason, myself, and other community members raised the flag on this. And the idea here and the concept is that we seek assistance from CD12 to go ahead and implement the same no parking signs. Somehow we get the Captain Burns and LAPD to increase more of they have a 24/7, however, parking enforcement. However, the parking enforcement, if they don't get a call for the location, my understanding, they will not be able to go and enforce anything. So with that, I think before I get to the board, probably Colin could elaborate on how, I mean, he could share with us his success story on Rinaldi and how we can implement it in Tampa and other places.
Colin, would you unmute yourself, please?
Go ahead, Colin.
So our office is always open to, you know, suggestions on restricted parking signs. Obviously, that takes time to, it has to be approved by the council, and then it has to go through DOT. And of course, DOT is slowed down right now due to COVID. But we did get the signs put up on Rinaldi. You should all know that during COVID, even if we put the signs up, we can cite the vehicles, but we cannot impound them if someone is living in them. But I am happy to work with any of you on sign requests. We don't, you know, that's something that we do frequently. You know, if somebody wants to reach out to me with a specific request, we will certainly start that process. It's not a quick process, as we saw in Rinaldi. I've been getting emails about Rinaldi for months. But you know, my colleague Eric Moody, he's the one that works with DOT, and you know, and he gets those things through. But you know, again, we can cite right now, but we cannot impound, even if the sign says we can, due to COVID protocols.
Thank you.
Excellent.
Becky,
Thank
did you have a
Colin.
comment or a question? Go ahead, Becky.
Okay, a couple of questions. One, there's been people who have said that the people in those the trailers or motorhomes are visiting people in Porter Ranch and they're just parking there and not living there. That's number one, question number one. Question number two is there's already no parking signs up. Why do we have to go put that says no parking anytime? And now we're putting signs up that say no parking like between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. or whatever the time is. What's the difference between the two signs?
Colin?
Yeah, I mean, you're right, Becky. I mean, absolutely. If it's already no parking anytime, then we can cite at any point during the day. Again, if somebody's living in it, we can't impound the vehicle. But yes, if there are already no parking signs up, then there's no point in doing, redundant signage. Absolutely.
Because some of it says no parking anytime, and now the new signs are going up that says you can't park between this time and this time. And it's like no parking's no parking, right?
Amen. You're exactly right.
Okay, thanks.
So
Jason,
Colin,
please unmute
yeah, okay.
Jason, unmute yourself, please.
Okay, so and I was I did call Assad today and let him know I was trying to find out from the councilman's office what the existing signage is on Tampa, because it's no parking if you go north of Braemore where the park is. On the east side, it's always no parking, right? But it's on the west side we're talking about, okay, the park side. So if you go north of Braemore, it says no parking from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. because people are not supposed to be in the park at night and there's no houses around there. But what's been happening is people have been parking just south of Braemore, between Braemore and Wilbur. So I put a call into to Eric Moody, and I was trying to find out what is the deal with the signage between Braemore Road and Wilbur, because maybe signs were removed and it's already 10 to 6, no parking. That's what I was trying to find out. Maybe you can help us, Colin, but I think possibly the signs were removed, but if not, it makes sense to continue the no parking from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. up until you get to the point where you have the condominiums down there, further down the hill on Tampa. So that would be what I would recommend if the council should advocate for we don't need people parking RVs and being in the park after midnight, and late into the hours. So this was brought to me from an education committee member at Castle Bay, because they've seen those RVs parked there over and over again. And so I don't agree with the premise that I cannot call the council office or I cannot inquire to get information. This is part of what we do as neighborhood councils, is get information and figure out what, and so this is on the agenda, and I'm glad to see it on the agenda, and it's an important issue for stakeholders in the community. So I'm trying to bring stakeholder concerns to the board. And this is
David, this is getting nowhere.
I know. So go, Jason. And this,
I'll answer the question.
Yeah, I mean, you can always contact me if it's not something that is in my my wheelhouse. I will get it to the appropriate deputy. We're always, responsive to issues like this, with signage and that sort of thing. Eric Moody is very responsive.
Colin, can you arrange for a meeting for us, David, myself, with Eric, please?
I don't know that we need a meeting. I just need to know the locations and we can move forward.
It's Braemore, between Braemore and Wilbur on Tampa, the west side.
Jason, can you shoot me an email? You've got my email address, don't you?
Yeah, and I spoke to Matt Hernandez about it too.
Jason?
Yeah, I mean,
Jason,
Colin,
Jason is
trying to get an answer.
Assad, I'll take care of this. Jason, I'll take care of this. Colin, thank you. I get it. I'm going to have to ask Assad to send you the information because he heads up the traffic and safety. Jason oversees beautification. And I appreciate that, but for whatever reason, we have people overlapping each other. But I will have them send you a letter since we're unable to have a meeting, but we will give you the specifics of the requests. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Colin. I'll send you an email and I'll CC Eric Moody. This way we can take care of it. And
Great.
There are other questions.
Gabriel
Thank you.
and
No,
Brandy,
I understand,
there's
Brandy.
other questions.
And I'm gonna remind the board to please hold off until I unmute you to speak. At this time, Brandy, please unmute yourself.
Thank you. Colin, so I'm looking at LA City's LA Dot website talking about parking rules, what is relaxed and what is enforced. If there's someone who you could put a bug in their ear, the website hasn't been updated in so long that it says this is in effect until May 2020. And there are notes on here about June 1st, which if you didn't see that at the bottom, you might think is this coming June. So if they can update that, I think that'll help relieve some confusion about, so this is specifically talking about what is relaxed and what is not.
Okay. Yeah, thanks for letting me know.
Thank you, Colin.
We may have one more. Gabriel, unmute you.
Yes, to Jason and Colin and Assad, everyone. There were signs on that side of the street before, and I think they were removed in the past 5-6 months, because I do remember going there, removing a skeleton of a dog there. My wife called the animal control to pick it up, and there were signs that said no parking 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. or 6 a.m., whatever it was. So if Colin can confirm that and replace the signs, I think all these problems will be over.
Yeah, that's all I want to do.
Yeah, I mean,
Jason, thank you.
I'm unaware of any sign removal. Like, that's not typical. It's possible that they were removed by somebody that just wanted to park there.
Or the wind.
But we can certainly follow up with DOT, and I'll check in with Eric Moody. But yeah, I mean, sign removal is that's not typical of something that we would do. So maybe they were just taken down by somebody that wanted to park there.
Most likely. I think we have one more. Miran, unmute yourself.
Yes, can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Yeah, one thing, this is a very important subject to our community, and this is a safety issue and should be handled by the safety committee. And I would like to ask if we can even do a special meeting open to everyone. Today, Colin already gave some important verifications about this issue. You already have the right person within John Lee office, and you should make that happen.
Thank you,
That's it.
Miran.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. On that note, Assad, you'll get together, you'll send a letter to Colin, and we'll move on with that.
I'll run it by you and Gabriel. Basically, yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll send you the locations with Gabriel and you, and I'll ask the whole board to give us our input. Then the whole email will go out from the safety committee to Colin and CC to Eric Moody. And this way we take care of it. Thank you.
And for Jason, I would ask you to work with Assad and give him the information you would like him to do on behalf of the safety committee, if you would consider that. Thank you. All right. On that note, let's do committee updates. Who would like to start? Assad, lower, unmute yourself.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes. So, where's my notes? Yeah. So we had a good meeting with the Valley Traffic and the CD12 representative, Matt Hernandez. We discussed a couple of the traffic safety issues, and we are going to have together an action plan for engineering solutions, alternatives, camera system comparable to those installed by LAPD citywide. Speed bumps is still a big question mark because of a lot of the implications and complications with LAFD and other agencies. And we requested increased patrols. There is still discussions ongoing with the park rangers about the evening park closures. We don't have an assigned person, but I'm working on it, trying to get someone. The vineyard traffic, Colin already reported, and it's after a few years of many committees working. It started with the land use and it ended with the safety, and now it's there. Unfortunately, the wind took the signs out, and LADOT is going to replace it shortly. The safety committee had excellent discussions with both Congressman Mike Garcia and Assemblywoman Suzette Valderas in regards to the Alisso Canyon, and it should be coming with more action items towards the board. And we're going to try, even at the same time, arrange some meetings with the CAG. This way we get the whole community involved. There was minor discussions with Avila community. We heard from some of them today. We have some pictures, and I believe it's an issue where they should address at this time with planning if there is any issue, any alternatives that can be done at this time. It's an issue between Toll Brothers, and I'm not sure how we can fit in, but I'll figure it out with the safety committee meeting. And we had a special meeting with the CAG with recommendation letter that will be coming to the board probably shortly once scheduled. And it had to do with increasing the collaboration and channels between the CAG and the DPH and all agencies, so that at the end, it's a win-win situation for the community. Besides that, I thank you all. And if there is any safety issues, please send it to Gabriel, myself, and David. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Brandy, please unmute yourself.
From homelessness, we talked about doing a community town hall soon to talk about how this issue is being handled during COVID. And hopefully we can get on the agenda next time. We want to have a discussion with the community about the services that currently exist and what can be done better, and what people think of what they've experienced. So that's been our big focuses lately. And then as just a general board member, I wanted to say, thank you to all the hardworking CAG members. And I'm also wanted to say thank you to all the community members who came to talk about the Vila issue. So that's my.
Thank you. Gabriel.
Yes, sir. I know there was talks about possibly having a special meeting for Monday to discuss the letter safety pass. Is there any way we can find out if we might have a quorum to set this up once and for all? I don't know how many of us are here right now. If we can just have a hand, raising hands, and find out how many people can make it to a special meeting on Monday so we can proceed on this instead of delaying it further. That's it.
There are three up there.
I think Becky has a question. Or
1 second. No, she's gonna get her time. Give 1 second. Thank you, Assad. Becky, please unmute yourself.
This is, it doesn't have anything to do with what we're talking about. It's item 14. Whoever did the agenda, if we could just, on the Safety and Traffic Committee, if we could spell Braemore Road correctly, because it's misspelled. And if you're dealing with the city, they might not be able to find out where it is for the signs. And it's Braemore, just to make that note. Thanks, that's it.
Thank you very much. I will tell that person to not make that mistake. Okay. I get typing, I forget these things, so thank you. Do we have any other updates?
Beautification.
They're waiting for you. Go ahead, Jason.
All right. So we had, I had emailed LA Conservation Corps to come out because all the newly planted trees that we have on Rinaldi and Tampa were full of weeds and needed maintenance. And thankfully they came out at no cost to the neighborhood council. And they sent me back a report. They had 2 crews on March 1st, and 2 crews on March 2nd, working Rinaldi, and they did a total, and then they came back on the 9th with another 2 crews for a total of 137 bags, and they maintained 158 tree wells. So this was quite a success. With respect to the committee, I want to announce that I want to remove Miran Kilagian from the beautification committee. It's been hard on my mind, but I think it's important that we work together, and so I wanted to make that announcement for the record. We still have not spent any of our community improvement project budget. It's very disappointing to not see support from the board for projects that we do in the community. These projects are a lot of work, and I think a lot of times people take each other for granted. We all work very hard, and I do my best to recognize everybody. And I think that we ought to do a project this year. You know, we have $30,000, and so I just don't understand what community improvement projects we can do. You know, the stumps were voted down. So what are we going to do? Nothing, and give the money back to the city? Is that better? And be left with stumps? So I'm just in a quandary, because we've had meetings at our committee, and we've talked about different ideas. And these are the things that we talked about. We looked into tree planting very thoroughly. And so it's just not an option for us to plant trees ourselves. And what other options are we going to undertake? So I want the board to think about what type of projects would be good for the community, beautification or whatnot. And we'll talk more about the budget down the road. But that's about it. Thank you.
Very good. Miran and Hassan, just so you know, we're not asking questions. So if you would like to give an update, then that's great, but we're not getting into any conversations. We're asking only for updates to your committee. Miran?
Yes, I attended all the RSD meeting, and there will be more update coming regarding the agreement that they did. That's number one. And I will get the information so we can post them on our social media. But one more another thing, as board, we should not cross each other committed task or call on behalf of other committees. Object to the removal today is a baseless, but we should work together, and that's all I can say.
Thank you. Hassan?
Yes, quick update on sustainability. So number of Zoom calls and communication. It seems like because of the COVID and a lot of restaurants providing basically to-go dishes per se, the recycling and rather trying to get folks to not to put stuff in the trash and recycle is becoming a huge issue. We've kind of passed the era of masks and face shields, now all the way to disposing properly of all the containers, most of them unfortunately plastic. So there are some number of discussions and proposals potentially moving to the city hall, and one of them is to ask restaurant not to give any basically utensils, knives and forks, unless someone really wants it, because arbitrarily they just put it in the bag, give it to folks. So that's one proposal, and there's a number of others. So I just want to update you on that. And just one final comment, food for thought. I'm a bit disappointed in the way some of the members are conducting themselves. We are here to help the community and represent the community as best as we can. We are not supposed to interfere and cross each other, as opposed to collaborate and move things forward. So when someone asks a question, it's not so much of doubting the other person, it's just clarification and hopefully trying to do the best project management in a way of presenting the information so we can all move forward. So I just want to leave that thoughts for everyone, and I appreciate all the hard work everyone is doing. And David, thank you for your leadership and everyone else trying to conduct this meeting. I know it's not easy, but with that, thank you and have a good night.
Thank you, Hassan. Gabriel, round
Yep,
two.
I'm back, round two. I missed
ahead.
the answer to that. Is everybody fine with a 6:15 meeting on Monday for special meeting?
We'll talk about that.
Okay, if you can send out an email, I'll see everybody's availability, so I appreciate it. Thank you, David.
Thank you. Jason, do you think we can knock out the treasurer report and the monthly expenditures? I'm going to ask the board once again, because I've gone through the minutes. I don't know if anybody else has gone through the minutes. I see a lot of changes that need to be taken care of. So I'm personally going to ask the board to allow me to table the minutes once again. Unless anybody else feels that, you know, we can push through them, but there's a lot of changes that need to be done. So your thoughts on the minutes, anybody, before we move forward?
Can I jump in on the minutes?
Please.
I would just ask that we work with Francis because I think one of the issues that, and if you're there, Francis, you can chime in, but I think that when you put things in the minutes, it needs to be verbatim what people are saying and not paraphrasing things. But I want to, hopefully we can work together to go through some of the things, because there's a lot of details in different, and you know, it's nothing against what you're writing. It's just that sometimes things, as they're written in the minutes, do not portray the actual whole of the situation. Maybe sentences are put together, but they're different in meaning. So I hope that you respect the intricacies and the details involved, but I do have several changes, and I think it is.
Got it. Thank you. Gabriel?
Yes, as previous secretary, what happens is Francis writes the minutes. She can't write word by word, otherwise it'll be like 80 pages long. What happens is she sends it to the secretary, and then secretary looks over everything, just compares the numbers, the votes, everything looks good, sends it to the board as a draft for the board to have time to review it, send all changes to the secretary, and then the secretary adds it to the next month's meeting to approve it, to prevent all this discussion. So Jason, for example, all your changes you have, send all those changes to Lori before the next meeting, so she adds everything on the documents, and then we can comes to the board to make the vote. Because not everybody likes certain things. If you want a statement made word by word, you can send it to Lori to add it. But as I said, it's hard to have 80-page minutes taken. So anybody's particular on what they said and proven by the audio tape, send it to Lori or send it to the secretary in the future or whoever it is, and let her make the changes, add it on the agenda, add it on the website while we're voting as draft minutes, and then it'll be easier. We'll move forward with the vote. That's my suggestion.
And a suggestion that I piggyback on his suggestions, that I think moving forward, we might be, and I'm sure Francis will probably appreciate this, you know, less is sometimes is more, you know, and I don't think they need to be 8 or 10 pages long or stuff. You know, we are on a Zoom, we have everything documented. So at the end of the day, I'm going to get together with Francie as well as, you know, our group, and just figure out what's the best protocol, because at the end of the day, we have these just enormous you know, minutes, and to go through them and if you nitpick on them, I don't think that's the right answer either. So we really need to come up with a game plan that works for everybody. But on that note, I'm going to ask the board if they don't mind for me to table this so we can work on it and move on to item 17 and 18A and just call the meeting. So on that note, Jason? You're muted. Jace, unmute yourself, please.
Okay.
Treasury report. I got it.
All right. well, it's changed a little bit. Net available $32,391.50. We approved what, $38.50? Is that what we approved? And then some other small expenses. We approved what, about 4,200, something like that. Sound about right?
Right.
So you can subtract that off. That would put us at about 28,000. Let's look at the calendar. We're in March. So our next meeting, April, May, June, we don't have time. June, we're too late, I think, on a lot of our timelines. So, you know, we essentially have 2 months to spend. So if we're at, let's say 28,000, for example, we want to spend 18,000. Okay, that's the recommendation. You spend 18,000. Let's carry over the 10,000, and then nothing will go back to the city. Because I think if money ends up going back to the city, it's really not going to look good for what we're trying to do here in the community. So we have a MPG that is being revised or completed from PALS for 5,000 that I guess will be on the agenda. And aside from that, I think basically these next 2 months are when we have to allocate our funding and our projects. So that's about it. I mean, if you look at the pie chart, we're very under expensed on our operational stuff. So if the election committee does a mailer or something, that will take some of the budget, but essentially in the next 2 months, we're looking at needing to spend down at least 18,000. Any questions?
After the, Jason, keep in mind, after the election and everything else, we're probably down to about 13. But the board really needs to be cognitive of, you know, of spending the money properly on behalf of the community and not wasting it, because most likely it will go back to the city and it's gone. So, Assad, you?
Yeah, and I think it's important to roll that money over, you know, so if we can spend the 18,000, that having that 10,000 next year is good. I mean, we've had the money all year long to spend. We haven't been like short on funds. A lot of councils, they spend all their money really quickly, but the rollover is very important because next year's budget is going to be reduced again. So,
Yeah,
Gabriel, are you next? Gabriel?
Yeah, Jason, can we stock up on supplies so when we have indoor meetings again, we actually have everything and we don't have to spend money in the future? We can just spend it now for later. For example, plates and whatever else that might be useful.
We have a lot of that stuff. We got a lot of it. I mean,
yeah, we do have a lot of it, but I'm thinking if we get more or get signs or whatever we need to prep for next fiscal year. That's just my suggestion. So it won't come out of next fiscal year's budget. It'll come out
that
of
stuff is cheap, Gabriel. The plates are like nothing. I mean, that's really, I mean, outreach maybe could bring emotion for the giveaways. We still have, I know, hand sanitizing, but you're talking plates and napkins. I mean, forks.
We still need signs. Remember, all the signs are old. It has the old information on it. I brought the motion, but we never got it because we
let's do it.
COVID lockdown.
Bring it to the board. You know, I agree.
Yeah, David, I think I'm next, right?
Go ahead.
Right. One of the items we might be coming in is the one that's Gabriel's vision to have camera system in Porter Ranch. And we briefly touched on it with the CD12 with Matt Hernandez. And this, we will try to get it as soon as possible. The estimates, Gabriel and I are working on it. David gave us the blessing. The safety committee feels that project will benefit the community a lot with the camera system. And there is a lot of other funding through the city, and LAPD is willing to, you know, sign on it. And this will have an immediate quick impact that's going to be for the next many years for this board and the next 3-4 boards after us to take credit for. So I think that's something the board should keep in mind, that the priority is to spend the money to enhance our Porter Ranch.
So just, can I say something?
Go ahead, Jason.
So just keep in mind that they will not approve any funding until like when we did our tree project, they wanted all the permits, all the approvals, and that stuff takes time. And, you know, if we only have 2 months, you better get going on it. And because I cannot get a check issued for cameras without all the final approvals and everything. So just, that's all I'm saying. I'm not against it or for it. I'm just saying, in order to get a payment, I need more than just, you know, they're going to require, city clerk is going to require permits, well, I don't know about final permits, but they're going to require a lot of documentation. So just keep that.
Thank you. Becky, unmute yourself, please.
I just like to make 2 comments. The first one is putting cameras, having the city taking pictures. I think that's against our rights. I don't think that they will let you do that. I think it would have to probably be on private property with a private camera, but I don't think the city's going to allow that. That's just a comment. Secondly, I hope everybody realizes how much people in Porter Ranch, how worried they are about fires, especially with it being so dry. And I really hope that the board can rethink removing those dead trees, because Porter Ranch wants them removed. If you go on social media, you'll see they're all talking about it. They're all worried. So I'd like to revisit that possibly at the next meeting and see if we can't do something about cleaning up some of that dead brush. Thank you.
Thank you, Becky. On that note, Jason,
you have Brandy.
Oh, Brandy, where are you? Sorry, my bad. Talk to us. Please unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I liked the idea of getting prepped for next year. And while we had the brilliant accidental foresight of ending up with a ton of hand sanitizer, so thank you, Lori. I know one of the other really big ticket loved items was our thermoses. And they're pricey and they go very quickly. So this is a good time while we have some money, that if we're looking to get anything, that might be a good thing for us to try to get while we can.
Happy to do something like that. The last time we tried to add things to the agenda for outreach giveaways, we got shot down because it was improper for COVID, during COVID. So
just, can I say something to everybody? The idea is not to debate what to do. The idea is bring the motions to the board in the next 2 months. That's the whole point here in the treasury report. And, you know, whatever board member brings it, we'll discuss it and vote on it, I guess, you know.
Very good. All right. Let's try and wrap up this meeting. Jason, can we ratify the monthly expenditure for February 2021?
Sure.
Here.
Motion to approve the February 2021 monthly expenditure report.
I'll second that.
Okay.
Okay.
Are there any questions or comments from the board or the community? Roy, can we call the vote, please?
Okay, David Lasher is absent. Brandy Grace.
She can't, it's funding.
Sorry, Becky.
Yes. Yes.
Hassan Mamarian.
He's gone.
Okay. Sorry, Moran.
Yes.
Jason.
Yes.
Gabriel.
Yes.
Assad.
Yes.
Myself, yes. David Balin.
Yes. And before I conclude the meeting, I really want to, just have the board, really heed what the discussions we've had tonight and take it seriously. I mean, we all work so hard to bring value to the community and to the board. So I just I'm hoping that we can just start to find it in our hearts to really move forward and start working together. And, you know, we've got a lot of things to do before we move on to the next year, but we've such a short period of time with so many things going on. But on that note, I'm going to go ahead and call the meeting and thank everybody for attending this evening. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, David.
Thank you, David.
Everyone.
Thank
Good
you,
night,
everybody.
everybody.
Have a nice evening.
Take care.
Good night, Francis.
Aye. You got it.